Can you deal with our agenda and our apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. Good morning to also my colleagues. Chairperson, in front of us, we have the agenda. My apologies, Chairperson. I am also trying to let people in the meeting.
Sorry.
So in front of us, Chairperson, we have the opening and welcome, tabling of constituency matters by honorable members. Then we will have some responses from the department and also the NYDA. We will also be adopting minutes and reports of the meeting that we deferred to this meeting, Chairperson. So there will be 3 sets of minutes that will be adopted today. And then closure. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Silly. Let me also welcome Dr. Leklape and also the CEO of the NYDA, Mr. Kubeka. You are most welcome. Can we quickly, honorable members, can I ask for a mover and a seconder of our agenda, please? Honorable Chauke Adonis, followed by Honorable Polwane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself and all honorable members and our officials from the department and the NYDA and our support staff as well. I hereby move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chauke Adonis. Honorable Polwane.
Thanks very much, Chair, and good morning to you. Good morning, everyone in the platform. Chair, I second the move of the agenda for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Polwane. Do we have any apologies, Ms. Silly?
Yes, Chairperson, we received an apology from Honorable Mailola. Also, we received the apology from Honorable Radebe, who is experiencing difficulties with her gadgets, but she is currently with IT. They are sorting it out. As soon as they sort it out, she will be able to join the meeting. And also we have received an apology from the minister.
Okay.
Who
No,
won't be
that's
able
fine.
to join the meeting. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, no, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for tabling those apologies. Good morning, Ms. Mpondo and Mr. Koza. I wonder whether you would be able, or can I ask somebody from the department just to introduce their delegation, please? Because I see we do have a number of members from our department or directors and managers from our department present. Don't know who will lead.
Chairperson, good morning, and good morning to all members on the platform, the CEO and acting DG. Chair, just before perhaps introductions, may I just also register an apology on behalf of the Deputy Minister. I had sent an email to Ms. Sidi yesterday, but I had issues with my system.
No problem, Mr. Koza.
No,
That is
thank
noted
you, Chair.
and accepted.
Thank you very much, Chair. I know the acting DG is here. Perhaps she can lead from our side. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, acting DG. Thank you for joining our meeting. If you are present, please can you just do a round of introductions?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues on the platform. Chair, we do have representation from the department that include the program that is responsible for the rights of women, which is program 2. We also have program 4, which is responsible for the rights of youth, and program 5, which is responsible for the rights of persons with disabilities in the meeting. So we do have Mayor Phuthi Mabelebele from the rights of persons with disabilities, focusing on Advocacy and Mainstreaming. We have OJ Fori from the Rights of Youth as the acting head for this week. We also have Mayor Esther Maluleke, who is the acting DDG responsible for the rights of women. We have the CFO from the department, Metesre Lekwale. We also have Mebongi Mapalweni from the office of the DG that are present with us. Chair, we had understood that we will be listening and to the constituency matters that are coming from your end. So we will respond to the extent possible, but also to be able to note the issues and be able to respond fully in writing where it's required. I also note that we have two colleagues also from the disability rights, Dr. Pravina Sugra Eli, as well as Mercy Mipilei. We also have Mr. Machova, who is largely responsible for the sanitary dignity program from the department, and we do have the two PLOs from the Minister's Office as well as the Deputy Minister's Office. That's what I can see from the record. We also have Mr. Maponyane from the Economic Empowerment of Women in the midst. So hopefully, Chair, we should be able to respond to the matters as they relate to the department work in terms of the colleagues that are here. But as with issues that would require further input, we will be able to then do that in writing. Thank you, Chair. Over to yourself.
Thank you very much, Acting DG, and we do appreciate that you have brought so many of your colleagues to this meeting. Indeed, the exercise that we are embarking on this morning is one where honourable members will be tabling constituency issues. As you are aware, colleagues, members of Parliament represent various provinces and constituencies. And while we meet as colleagues in this platform on a weekly basis to scrutinise policies and plans that affect women, youth and persons with disabilities, members have also encountered issues when they go back to their constituencies that don't always match some of the solutions that we hear when plans are presented to us here in these platforms. So as part of our strategic planning session, we had committed as this portfolio committee then to convene regular sessions where members of Parliament are able to bring back to the attention of our government the various constituency matters that they grapple with. Often members of Parliament see issues that are of great concern, and we don't always have immediate solutions or resolutions for our constituencies. And therefore, we felt it important to be able to table them here in this platform. And then, like you said rightly, where your colleagues are able to respond, they'll be able to respond today. And where responses are needed in writing, we will, of course, appreciate that. And this will be an ongoing process that we'll do in each term of Parliament. So thank you again for being here this morning and being part of the meeting. Yolanda, I'm going to hand back to you so that you lead us through the consolidated document that you have prepared. Yes, Acting DG.
My sincere apology, Chair, to interject. I also noted there are colleagues from the NYDA in the meeting as well. I see the CEO. If it's possible through you, he can introduce the team that are here from the NYDA.
Yeah, I actually thought it was only the CEO and I've greeted him, but if there are more colleagues, CEO, good morning, Mr. Kubeka.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, and good morning to all of the honourable members. And thank you for the opportunity to have this engagement today on the constituency issues. On our side, Honourable Chair, we do have myself and Dumsokbega in the meeting. We also have Ms. Ntombizethu Sibisi, who's the Parliamentary Liaison Officer at the agency. We also have Mr. Walter Bango, who is the Head of Strategy, Monitoring and Evaluation. We're also joined by Mr. Manyama, who's the Acting Executive Director for all of our operations. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO, and thank you also, Acting DG, for that intervention. Ms. Silly, can we then hand over to you? You can just, there is a list that you have prepared for us. But I think each member will be allowed 10 minutes. So I'm going to start with Dr. Lehlape, if he's ready to talk to us.
I'm ready, Chair.
Okay. Your 10 minutes, Doc.
Okay. I hope I might not even use the 10 minutes, all of it. I don't know if I'm visible, but I will stop it for purposes of bandwidth. Thank you, Chair. My issue in terms of constituency work, it's about the constituency of people with mental disabilities and severe mental illnesses. And it's a neglected community. And I hope that this committee will pick up the slack just in terms of advocating for those with mental disabilities. All of us should remember the tragedy of Life Esidimeni, but it keeps re-emerging in different provinces. We've seen the Health Ombuds report of the George Mukhari Hospital debacle, where a mentally ill patient burned herself in isolation and could not be saved. We've heard of the challenges in the mental hospital in the Northern Cape. We've had challenges all over the country, the Eastern Cape. Lately, there's a foundation called the Talisman Foundation that has worked with people with severe mental illnesses in Gauteng for multiple decades now. They are facing a problem in terms of being evicted by the landlord that now wants to use that building for better commercial purposes. There's a process of relocation by the Gauteng department, and we hope it would not turn out like a Life Esidimeni. But part of the challenge is that the government leaves the responsibility for people with severe mental illnesses, or some of the people with severe mental illnesses, to NGOs, and does not provide the requisite assistance to the NGOs. And there's a serious concern from myself about the relocation. There's a sound policy of bringing people with mental disabilities close to the communities that they live in. But there are no adequate facilities in the communities that they live in. There aren't many, if any, government institutions in the communities that people live in. And if you remember the challenges of Life Esidimeni, it was decanting to people that were seeing a business opportunity that never had the skills, facilities, that never had the resources to take care of those type of persons. So my plea is for that constituency, and that as a committee, we begin to ask for the plans that come from the Ministry of Health. We become more involved in all our constituencies with people that have mental disabilities and mental illnesses. One of the most underfunded areas of care is mental health care. And we need to stand up in the current times of the challenges of an economy that is not working and all the social ills that we have, the high prevalence of drug abuse in our societies, the need for facilities for people that are addicted to the various substances that are available. We have no addiction clinics. Remember, addiction is a mental ill health. And we have absolutely no facilities, no access to care for people that have addictions. And for me, it's an area that I just want to highlight to this committee, that I think we should take responsibility and be on the lookout and be better advocates for persons with mental disabilities. That's all I'm going to say for now, Chair. And I will do more work in terms of, I'm dealing with it in health. But I think this committee can do great advocacy for persons with mental disabilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc, for that submission. In fact, I think once we are done with the statutory appointment CGE process, I think for the remainder of the year, this portfolio committee must turn its attention to the rights of persons with disabilities. I did say during our APP process that we should all have sleepless nights thinking about the 500 to 600,000 learners with disabilities that are not currently in education. But I also had a call yesterday from a lawyer working with children with disabilities who are languishing in children's homes. And even though there are families wanting to adopt these children and give them the health care and education that they need, there's simply no movement, and they remain in homes where they are just not getting the individual attention that they require. So there's a lot of focus around the issues that you've just mentioned, and a lot of work that we need to do around the rights of persons with disabilities for the remainder of the year. So thank you for that. Honourable Chauke Adonis, I do see your hand. Is there any input that you would like to make now? Or is it a legacy hand? Okay. Honourable Peterson, you are next on the list.
Chairperson, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Apologies. Yes, apologies, Chairperson. I thought I had unmuted myself. Just apologies for coming in after Dr. Letlape has spoken. I just wanted to indicate, Chairperson, is it a possibility that so that our questions are adequately responded to in terms of the constituency matters, would it not be possible for us to perhaps take a practice of having members raise their concern and constituency matters and engaging with the department within that time allocation, and perhaps the department and the agency then responding to that particular one? I would think that that would greatly assist us with having very directed and pointed responses to the issues that would then be raised on constituency matters through you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay. No, we can do that. I'm just hoping that we won't then run out of time. But I also see the hand of Honourable Polwane.
No, Chair, I think it's a legacy hand. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, acting DG, can we maybe just have a response then in response to the issues that Dr. Letlape had raised, and then we'll go to the next member.
Thank you very much, Chair. There are colleagues from the disability unit that would react to this matter. I just thought that, Chair, and I think even in the last meeting we had with yourself, that it might be very critical to bring in other stakeholders that are responsible for this matter to at least provide substantive responses to the matter, and in particular, as Dr. Letlape was raising matters that touch to the work of social development as well as the Department of Health as it pertains to issues of persons with disabilities, in particular mental health disabilities, as well as issues around the provision of the NGOs as they relate to this matter. But let me ask colleagues to then react, and then we I thought it's important to just mention the issues considering other stakeholders to get a substantive response on the matters that are raised. Meputi and Dr. Pravina.
Thank you. Yeah. Am I audible?
You are now.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you, Acting DG, and good morning to honorable members and the colleagues on the line. The concern of the welfare of people with mental disabilities and their access to care is duly noted, and indeed Dr. Letlape is correct that the mental health policy of South Africa is within the ambit of the Department of Health. And at the same time, issues of care and welfare are within the ambit of the Department of Social Development. However, we have also noted this particular concern on issues around persons with mental disabilities, and have since to that effect coordinated those particular departments, the Department of Health and the Department of Social Development, and other departments that have got a particular interest in on matters of persons with disabilities in terms of their roles, to coordinate a resolution that was passed by the WHA, which is the World Health Assembly, around persons with epilepsy and other neurological conditions and intellectual disabilities. So what we have done to date in that regard, we worked with the South African Disability Alliance, of which most of their member organizations are organizations of persons with intellectual neurological disabilities, to coordinate a forum to develop an action plan that seeks to address, amongst others, one, issues of access to care, issues of intellectual disabilities in general, and neurological conditions as it relates to the Department of Health mental health policy, issues of capacity building, and issues that relate to the care centers wherein persons with intellectual and neurological conditions, but above all, including issues of access to justice, because there are issues that are cross-cutting, but that are actually sitting with even other departments. For instance, your basic education, as you have correctly put it, and also the Department of Justice, in the sense of access to justice for persons with epilepsy, intellectual and neurological conditions. We have coordinated this particular forum, and we have developed what we call a South African National Action Plan on Epilepsy, which is the first in the entire African continent to be developed and for to be led by government and civil society organizations. And currently the stage at which we at is that, because the WHA Assembly reports to the WHO, which is the World Health Organization, we further involved the World Health Organization in that process, and therefore the coordination of matters related to the WHO sits with the Department of Health. And therefore, we then developed a concept of the South African National Action Plan, solicited inputs from civil society organizations, even the member organizations and other organizations that are within the mental health space. And then we then brought in government entities to have one consolidated South African National Action Plan on epilepsy and intellectual and neurological conditions. And therefore, that action plan is now being routed to Cabinet for approval through the Department of Health. But it's a coordinated effort that we led with organizations often for persons with intellectual and mental disabilities. So that process is being engaged on, and very soon, post the cabinet processes, we will definitely be routing that South African National Action Plan to the portfolio committee. We do report on the processes as they are unfolding, and we are in charge of that particular process. And currently what's been happening is that we are also coordinating a training through the Department of Health for caregivers, whilst these other administrative processes are taking place for adoption of the action plan. We are rolling out training. We started with some webinar services last week with the World Health Organization, the Department of Health and Department of Social Development, to sensitize and make people aware of issues around intellectual epilepsy and mental illnesses and neurological conditions. And therefore, we are going to be rolling out training for caregivers that are in care centers, that are within the Department of Health space, but also are within the Department of Basic Education, especially social workers that have got to deal with an emerging crisis that has to do with persons with epilepsy, especially learners with epilepsy, that that are dropping out of schools due to the misunderstanding around and the stigmatization around epilepsy. So that's in short where we are, Chairperson, honorable members, and colleagues, regarding the South African National Action Plan on persons with intellectual and neurological conditions, an action plan that we call the SINAP, that we are coordinating with the said departments. Yeah, let me pause there for now. Thank you.
ADG, if I may come in, it's Dr. Sukraj.
Yes.
Just to add to what Ms. Mabelebele has said, good morning, honorable members and chair. Our role in the disability branch is more on the monitoring and reporting role. And as you know, we have the whole capacity gap that is there. But what we have done is we have now included organizations for persons with disabilities to also play a role in giving us information in terms of how they are monitoring different institutions, care centers, etc., for persons with mental, intellectual, psychosocial disabilities, etc., so that we actually then have that information and we can then intervene in terms of relevant role players and key departments where we see that certain things are going wrong when it comes to even when it relates to governance, care issues, other areas, etc. And what we have, because we have seen this very clearly when we put together the UN country report last year, and also when we put together the annual progress reports on the white paper, that there are clearly challenges that exist. But when departments like social development and health report, they are not reporting on how these particular centers are actually functioning, because that monitoring role is seeming to fall away. The self-monitoring is not done. So what we are hoping that by roping the OPDs into this process of the self-monitoring that we're doing and at the various sites, and the reporting is going to help us with elevating the issues at cabinet level, so that different lead departments in these areas actually take responsibility. And whenever we put forward recommendations, we always highlighting the fact that, you know, those with invisible disabilities, especially those with severe psychosocial, intellectual disabilities, need to be raised and amplified, the voices, so that we can actually ensure that they are the ones that are not left behind, because disability is actually very diverse, and, you know, in terms of the intersectionality. So that is currently the planning in place to ensure the inclusion of persons with intellectual disabilities in the monitoring and reporting space. Thank you, Chair, and honorable members in AVG.
Thank you so much. I think Dr. Sukraeli, when you come back later, you can just talk to us in terms of what is the department doing in general in terms of raising awareness and advocacy around persons with disabilities. Also, if you can talk to us about what discussions are the department having with regards with the Department of Basic Education around the exclusion of learners with disabilities from the education system. And also, what did you identify as the key issues in your country report on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities? Maybe you can just, when we come back later on disability issues, you can just speak to those three issues as well. Honorable Peterson, are you ready, or should we go to the next member?
Good morning, Chair. I'm ready.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everyone on the platform, members of the public. Chair, I think I had raised this concern during our statutory rape inquiry that we had in Gauteng, I think sometime last year, with regards to my constituency or the community that I come from having a satellite police station, which now only has one vehicle serving 4 sectors. Right, Chair. Especially with a GBVF having been declared as a national disaster, it becomes a concern if this is the matter, because like I said the last time, sometimes the police station in our community only operates until 4 p.m. And if someone gets sexually violated after that, that's one of the cases that goes unreported. Sometimes the police station is operating like until, let's say, 11 p.m. But even when you get there and you require assistance, you don't get the assistance that you need. I think during our recent recess period, I accompanied a girl to the police station to open a case for GBH. And when we got there, they couldn't even give her a J88 form. Sometimes you get there and they can't even give you you're not even able to open an affidavit. So one of the concerns would be, Chair, um or one of the questions would be, how does the department then work with SAPS and DSD to address these matters? Because if we don't, or if there's no plans to address these matters, then we're running at a risk of having states of GBVF, states of rape that doesn't match the realities on the ground. And this then means that our work or our responsibilities is way bigger than what we actually think it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Peterson. I think also the department can speak to the rapid response teams that should be complementing or assisting in the fight against gender-based violence on the ground. We know that our department plays a key role in terms of the NSP. So over to you, Acting DG.
Thank you, Chair. On this matter, I will ask Mayor Esther Maluleke to then respond. I will add. Thank you. Mayor Esther.
Thanks, Chair and ADG and members of the Portfolio Committee for this opportunity. And good morning. Let me start by saying in response, and really appreciate the concern raised regarding police stations, and the lack of 24-hour services for victims and survivors of gender-based violence. We really are aware of the weaknesses in the system when it comes to these services. And from the department's perspective, we may not be able to fully at this stage to respond comprehensively on this matter. But what I can say to you is through the classification of GBV, one of the initiatives in trying to really improve services is we, together with Department of SAPS and other relevant departments, we are conducting station compliance and audit of victim-friendly services, targeting stations linked to courts with corrective measures implemented or escalated. So this is the recent reports that we are getting from the work streams through the classification. So there's an audit of compliance process of compliance. But what I think would also be useful, because I'm not sure whether this includes the station that the honorable member has mentioned. I think we may need to follow up, especially on this particular one, if it's not included, and try and include some, because we're not at the moment covering every police station in the country. But as I said, those that are linked to the courts, linked to courts through TCCs as well. So I think that would be my response, but I think the more stations that are brought to our attention
we will try through the classification to attend to those. But those that we have really targeted also areas is the hotspots areas based on the sub-statistics that we are getting. So that would be my response to this specific issue, as well as the slow police response. I think this is a matter that we might have to take up with SAPS. Through the classification work that we are doing. We've been recently seized with campaigns, working, in fact, every day, and training of officials like police officers, social workers, and prosecutors, because we think it's important to really educate them and sensitize them around how to deal with issues of gender-based violence. There's quite a number of police officers that have been trained since October last year to December. A number of social workers that we have trained on issues of trafficking, domestic violence, and there's also prosecutors that we are trying to fast track to do the training. So as I said, we will need to also follow up specifically on this matter. I think we need to get in touch with the member so that we can include this in the, and I know that there are a lot of them probably that are similar. But as I said, with the resources that we are having so far, we have decided that we'll target especially hotspots to address these matters. With regard to RRTs, yes, we have RRTs across the 9 provinces, and they assist us with various aspects of GBV. It could be around prevention, and it could be monitoring services on the ground, but also picking up. What they're helping us a lot in doing, it's when there are cases in municipalities or districts or in provinces, they're able to follow us up those cases and ensure that the necessary services, whether it's social services, whether it's referrals to specific services like TCCs. So as you know, the RRT is formed by a multidisciplinary team that includes officials, not only officials, but civil society organizations. So their main focus really is to pick up cases and to stop secondary victimization by sending victims and survivors from pillar to post. So the way they work is that they will pick up those cases themselves and ensure that they get the services and link up survivors to the necessary services that they require. As I said, we continue to expand RRTs because really the work and the volume, the scope is huge. We may not be really able to cover every community or every locality, but where we are able to, through these colleagues that are based in provinces, we use them to do so. But in some instances, we would want them, if we have trained an RRT in a district, for instance, we use them to actually expand and establish some of these structures at local municipality level, at community level. So far, their work is not only specifically focused on one thing, because there's a great need on the ground at local level. Where there's a need, where there's a victim and survivor involved, we try and use them to actually intervene. We receive a lot of cases through the president, private office of the president also. Cases that are brought to our attention, and they become our foot soldiers at province and district level to actually follow up on these cases. I hope I've managed to respond to the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we would also be interested, Ms. Maluleke, when you come back, to get an understanding how you work with the CGE, because we do know that they've also been monitoring police stations. Then it's quite commendable to hear that you are training social workers and police officers, but it becomes a question around how you are able to do that, considering your expertise and capacity issues. And then around the RTTs, the rapid response teams, will we be able to expand these going forward, considering our budget constraints and the fact that we rely on volunteers? But you can speak to that just a little bit later, because I think there are more GBV issues to respond to. I'm going to hand over, if you can just make a note on that, please. Honorable Tsotetsi, it's now your opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you and members, as well as everyone else that is in the platform. Chair, noting that we have 10 minutes, I will try to be as brief as possible. Now, we normally visit schools in January just to check the assessment, just to do an assessment on their readiness. As part of such a program, in this January, we visited a school for the deaf. It's called Kutlwano School for the Deaf in Rustenburg. And on our arrival there, we discovered that there was a desperate need of extra curricular activities in the school. Management also concurred with us that they have in the past tried to interact with other stakeholders that could assist in supporting them with the extracurricular that they would need, that they needed. One of, or amongst the few things that have been pointed out, is that the school would have mentioned that it aspired to have a proper functioning cosmetology center. The center was in existence, but it was not necessarily up to the standard that they would have needed it to be. They also mentioned that they needed to have a vegetable garden, firstly to support their canteen, because the school has a hostel wherein kids stay, but because also it's important to empower young people with disability in the main with the skills of that they can be able to sustain themselves with over time. They also raised and taken us through their sports facilities, which were in a very deplorable state, as well as expressed the need to have functioning boreholes to support their water supply. Now, we made a commitment to the school that will come back, and when we did, we came back having organized the necessary stakeholders that can be able to assist us in this in our attempt to resolve the issues that would have been raised by the school. We would have convened the Department of Agriculture to respond to the issues of the vegetable garden. Two, requested a college that is nearby, Orbit College, which is operating in Rustenburg and offers training on cosmetology matters. Would also have invited it. Third is that we would have invited the mine that is operating less than 2 kilometers away from the school, which is an open cast mine called Baoba Mine. Unfortunately, with the Baoba Mine, the mine couldn't be part as the mine raised that they are not catering for the school in as far as the school is not their beneficiary of the mine in terms of what do you call SLP, social labor plan, yes. We also called municipalities that are around both the district and the local. Now, we had a very fruitful engagement, and these stakeholders committed, most of them, to assisting the school. The agriculture department has already sent some people to look at the type of soil that the school has. It has already committed to assisting the school with the necessary equipment to build or to have that the garden which they would require. Orbit has already committed, firstly, to training the teachers in the school on issues of successfully taking care of that garden itself, as well as transferring skill, but also on the question of how to improve cosmetology center. So in as far as those are concerned, there is a commitment, and we have agreed on some timelines that must be met by all these stakeholders. When it comes to the Baoba mine, as in their letter responding to us, the Baoba mine would have indicated that they will interact with the school and find out where the school needed to be assisted outside of the platform which we had created. We had left a meeting having agreed with the school that as part of the things that they will request from the mine is the issues of the borehole, as well as improvement to their sporting facilities, which the school would then have to engage the mine on. We do have a next meeting that we have to schedule to take stock of the progress that has been made in this regard. But we had made an undertaking that, Chair, we are going to safeguard or monitor that all these things that we have committed to assisting the school in securing that they are delivered in the practical terms. We did mention when we were with them that this narrative that politicians are liars, they will have to really experience it quite differently. Now, the school, in as far as what it already has on site, they do have a functioning carpentry center, which we said that for them to be able to raise their funds, we may have to engage schools that are close by, so that if they wanted to fix their desks and furnitures, they normally do these things. They normally fix these things, but utilize some private individuals elsewhere. And we said that the school has sufficiently amassed the necessary skill in as far as this work of carpentry is concerned, and they may need to also make themselves available in the market so that they can be able to fix these things for a fee, which will then increase the revenue base of the school. They do also have this nice beach that they are making, and we said that they are fortunately located in the area which is known to be very prone of the tourism as one of the key pillars of its economy, and we said that they can be able to make this beach available for trade in strategic tourism areas such as your Sun City, such as your Bakubung, and many others that are within the area. So we just raised those and encouraged them to look at that possibility so that they can be able to increase their revenue base. Chair, the school would have also complained, and I think this may just cut across that because it's one of the two schools in the entire province. The parents are not necessarily drawn from the very immediate community where the school is located, but may be drawn from other areas of the province. And as such, communication with these parents, in as far as the issues of the learners is concerned, is not that vibrant. And of course, they may need to get some sort of relations with the local radio station so that they can be able to on a regular basis speak to what are the developments in the school, and then how can the public come on board. So that is the long and short of the visit to this school. And then the next meeting, of course, will also be taking stock of the progress that all the stakeholders are making in as far as their commitments are concerned. I must say that since we had also invited the department in our visit to this school, Meputi was also part, and she was actually also requested to carry some of the responsibilities, particularly on questions of oversight. You would find that the school expresses shortage of the staff. Of course, that would be the competence of the Department of Education. It was not there, so therefore we would have said that the department may need to interact with their sister department to check if that cannot be resolved urgently. So let me pause there, Chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that submission. Acting DG, can I ask for a response?
Yes, Chair. I will let colleagues from the disability unit to respond. I'm also glad that they were also part of the engagement itself. Meputi?
All right. No, thank you very much, Acting DG. Thank you, honorable members and honorable Tsutetsi. Yes, indeed, we were part of this current visit, but maybe for purpose of background, let me start by saying that it was not our first interaction with the Kutlwanong School for the Deaf. About 2 years ago, the department initiated a stakeholder forum, an engagement with Kutlwanong School for the Deaf. It was identified before the 7th administration, honorable members. In actual fact, we engaged that particular school because of the protests that were happening in the area, and we realized that the risk of the learners being in the middle of the protest, and especially due to the location of the school. We then went to the school, identified areas which we could coordinate for intervention. And one of the key ones was that at that point in time, the school did not even have a fence. So it was just open to anything, and it was housing learners as a boarding school during the time. So we then knocked on the doors of the Impala mine at the time. And before the current mine that is operating there, we approached Impala mine, and Impala mine worked with us, and we then fenced the school with a proper fencing that is suitable for a school for learners who are deaf. We therefore also ensured that the grounds are paved with the correct paving suitable for learners who are deaf, the environment that accommodates learners who are deaf. And we also ensured that some of the classrooms are then made suitable where we could with the resources we had at the time. We were still in the process of engaging on further interventions when administrations changed, but however, we were alerted by Impala Mine, who was assisting us with resources at the time, because the department could not carry those interventions on its own, that they are expected to comply with the social labor plans, which are in the control of the Department of Mineral Resources, and therefore could not proceed further with us in that regard. But the work that we had done with the mine at the time in that school is evident, and the members that were there were able to see the work that we have done. At that time, we also had an engagement with the school management, and issues that came out, members and colleagues, was that first of all, Kutlwanong School for the Deaf is a DBE school, a Department of Basic Education school. So the department is responsible for provision of curriculum, provision of learning material, and educators, and the rest of the staff that is supposed to look after the school. The school is equipped for vocational training because by the nature of it being a special school, there are learners who will not be following the academic stream, but will need to follow the vocational stream. However, the instruments, the tools, the warehouses, and the equipments that are supposed to assist the learners with skills development programs and also vocational training are not well looked after. So there's a problem of maintenance of the infrastructure in that school, because there's woodwork in the school, there's jewelry making, there's all of that. But however, they're not fully functional. They're not actually functional now. At the time, at least, they were at 40% functional, but now they're not fully functional because when the school had a vacancy turnover, the vacancies were not filled by the Department of Basic Education. There's actually about 33 vacancies in that school of the non-teaching staff that are supposed to support the school that are actually vacant from the Department of Basic Education. And that's the intervention that we said we would then have to coordinate a meeting with the Department of Basic Education at a provincial level to actually look at how best they can support the school. There was an issue of occupational therapists that are supposed to support the school that was also identified at the time. And the intervention that we then supported the school with was to ensure that the school links up with the local clinics, because the province itself experiences shortage of occupational health therapists that could support the school. So the best that could be placed in the school on a permanent basis. So we therefore linked the school with the local clinic and also the hospital within the district hospital, so that whenever there are matters that needs to be dealt with, then they can easily coordinate between the school and the DOH facilities to support the school, and that's been done. At the time, actually, the Department of Basic Education even advertised posts of occupational health therapists in there, but because of the skills shortage in the entire country with regard to occupational health therapists, they were not able to appoint as much as would be needed for such interventions. But secondly, is that the school is, since it's a government facility, it's within. It's also being supposed to be maintained by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and there is a gap in that regard, and therefore those are the areas that we need to look at to assist the school by coordinating those stakeholders to also intervene in terms of the school infrastructure. The other issues that we identified at the school were issues around ensuring that there are other projects. There's a potential for the school, even beyond the vegetable garden, that the school can maximize on. For instance, they have a very big, large field farm area, which could be, if the Department of Agriculture can avail some resources, could be used for farming activities that can support the hospitality unit of the school in terms of food and also other matters that would support the school to become economically viable, because it can be viable if it's developed to that extent. Yes, indeed. We also learned that since it's regarded as a special school, in this year alone, there's a challenge that seemingly any child, without necessarily being assessed if the school will be suitable to accommodate that child, is then being transferred to Kutlwanong School for the Deaf, and now they're facing a challenge where they have already admitted children with cerebral palsy, and they are not capacitated to actually support children with cerebral palsy. And therefore, that's a challenge, especially because they have a shortage of non-teaching staff that is supposed to support the learners. In the hostels alone, there's a challenge of support from the non-teaching staff, the staff that's supposed to support the learners, to an extent that the ratio between the house mother to the learners is significantly very challenging. And therefore, some matters fall through the crack in the sense of care for the learners as and when the learners are there. It is a boarding school and therefore requires groundsmen and additional staff. And there's quite a lot of work that needs to be done because of the neglect that has happened over the years of the school. So we are going to coordinate the meetings with the DBE and the DPWI to actually see to it that what can be done in the short term, medium term, and the long term to support the school. The issue of the social labor plans are with the Department of Mineral Resources, and therefore.
It's okay.
Please, can we mute ourselves? Who's unmuting themselves?
Okay, so therefore we may need to also engage with the social labor plans of the DMRE to see how best they can best support given the resource challenges that are experienced entirely. Thank you very much, ADG and Chair and honorable members. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for that intervention there. Please, Doc, you can proceed.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to add in terms of what Ms. Mabeluvela has said, because we in our the GNR unit, we have done research in this area, and what is happening in the school that was just raised is happening in many of the special schools across the country. And we have tried in many instances where there was one with a Kwezi Lukusa special school that had similar issues, but even more where there were actually human rights violations, and various other schools where it was brought to our attention. And we did then, where there were complaints raised by parents of children with disabilities, including NGOs, etc. We tried to intervene with the DBE to get involved, especially in the Eastern Cape Province, Office of the Premier, and then they gave us a little bit of feedback. But I think while we're talking about this, we really need to understand that we have to try and strengthen collaborations between ourselves and the lead departments like the DBE in this instance, because it has proved to be a real challenge. Just to explain, being the monitoring and evaluation and research unit in the department, when we conducted a scoping and rapid evaluation of inclusive education in the country and the state of access to education for children with disabilities, we received a lot of pushback from the DBE. Although we included them in our steering committee, we also said to them, be part of the research process, the focus groups, all of those things. It almost seemed like they felt that we were not monitoring ourselves or, as government, but it felt like they were under attack, which was not the case. And which led to us in conducting an evaluation study, a report, which has been completed with the theory of change, even in terms of how to assist them, especially since Education White Paper 6 had lapsed the time frame 2021, and we were not getting any feedback in terms of what was going to happen after the lapse of the white paper. to understand how all the various schools were going to be assisted in terms of resourcing, etc., to fit within this inclusive education system where each of them had a role to play. So we then did the scoping and rapid evaluation report very much on the back foot because DBE were not totally on board. And when I say DBE were not totally on board, I mean officials, rather administrative officials, rather than the DGs and the ministers who seemed to be quite on board. It was the admin officials who were not actually coming to the party to assist us. We then had to, because we were not given access to special schools and given ethics clearance, etc., the Human Science Research Council could not do an in-depth evaluation as far as it needed to go to understand and to find, solutions based on a broad scope. So what we did was, in the following year, we conducted a research to understand where the children were actually receiving support and services, children with disabilities, whether they were receiving the support, whether it be in a mainstream school, special school, whatever the case may be. This is what we needed to understand. And we also wanted to understand what were the resource challenges across special schools, including full service schools and mainstream schools. And we then linked with the DBE again. However, the provincial education departments refused to let us conduct an audit or a survey that we had on our plans with the special schools and the full service schools, which meant all we could do in terms of the research was actually do qualitative interviews with parents and children. Children's voices came through their parents and caregivers, and then with NGOs who were supporting special schools and full service schools, and also focus group discussions containing various multidisciplinary staff, educators, etc. And we finalized both those reports with the recommendations on how we could try and assist and work together to have a collaborated, coordinated effort led by DBE, but with all the various health, DSD, ourselves, other departments on board to make sure that we could then have a system in place where we could have our school children who were out of school being placed in schools, children who were in schools who were not receiving resources and support, capacity, capacitated teachers, etc., that we were able to have a mechanism in place so that parents could actually have a way to lodge their complaints or their concerns so that these could be dealt with quickly on a case-by-case basis. All of these things, which we then articulated within the research report recommendations. Just to say, we took it through to the ministerial committee, and it was to go through to cabinet. However, the minister of DBE then indicated to us that her officials were going to uh, get us as the DWYPD involved in the ministerial task team that was set up by DBE in 2022, which unfortunately the DWYPD were not involved or invited to participate in, which made it very difficult. And at this stage, they are saying they are almost at the end of concluding their report, and that we should hold back our two reports. And the Auditor General had also put together a report which was very in line with our recommendations in terms of our two reports, and we should wait to take these reports through to cabinet. Now, I'm at the moment the ministers will probably still engage, but I believe that the portfolio committee can have a role to play in terms of trying to ensure that we try to find a way that DBE does collaborate, especially when it comes to out they have created a committee in terms of placing children who are out of school in school at the moment. However, although we are on that committee, we need to say that we have observed that it is very, very slow in terms of how processes are moving and how placements are taking place. We are also on a multi-stakeholder platform that they have created, I think, last year or so, and I attend those meetings. However, it's clear that currently there seems to be no real plan of action in terms of how these things are to be rolled out to include children with disabilities in school, whether it be a special school, whether it be a mainstream school, whether it be a full service school, depending on the child's support needs. But most importantly, the recommendation that came out from the research report and the evaluation report was we clearly need an Inclusive Education Act, or we need regulations in terms of the Schools Act, where no child is discriminated and that children are allowed to go to their neighborhood schools and be supported within those schools. Naturally, if children required high levels of support, that they would then be provided with those supports, but within communities rather than within institutions that are hidden away, where abuse and violence and where one could not actually keep a good monitoring of what was happening. That was what was clearly going to be placing a challenge in that regard. So what we have decided to do now is we're going to try and push for these two reports to go through to cabinet. We are then going to try and ensure that cabinet requests DBE to include us in terms of rounding up the plan of action in terms of reviewing White Paper 6 to take our recommendations on board. And more importantly, that National Treasury and other stakeholders come on board in terms of responsive budgeting, etc., that will be required in all these various, whether in the special schools, district-based support teams, full service schools, NGOs, etc., so that everyone could then play a role in terms of ensuring that we are able to, on a practical day-to-day basis, ensure that there is quality education provided and that children are actually mainstreamed as far as possible. When we're saying mainstreamed, we're not just saying placed in a mainstream school, but provided with the support required, and so that they can have access and participate equitably in the education system. So that is currently where we are. I thought, since we're talking about the school, and this is not only the situation in the school that was just highlighted by the honorable member, and what we, Ms. Mabelbele, and all of us are still working on to try and intervene. We are getting this from various schools, and it's naturally so because that plan of action and how we to move forward is not yet concretized. But as the department and the monitoring side, just to highlight, we have selected 4 schools in the Eastern Cape, which we will be going to visit, special schools during July, where we will be looking at an accessibility audit of the schools, the resources, etc., including the capacity of the teachers, just to do that sort of pilot so that we get that outcomes with the intervention plans in place. So thank you for that opportunity, Chair, honorable members. I just thought I needed to bring that bit of insight to the members. Thanks, ADG, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sukra Eli, but I must say that it's quite concerning, the remarks that you have just made in terms of the fact that there seems to be no plan of action to ensure that the hundreds of thousands of learners that are excluded from the education system is accommodated, or that plans are moving along slowly. Moreover, and you have mentioned this to us before, but the fact that you were excluded or denied an opportunity to do the provincial audits. But we welcome then the push from your side to table those 2 reports to cabinet. And I hope that we will also be able to be furnished with those reports and eventually your plans of action as you have articulated. But wherever the portfolio committee can play a role, like I said, in the 3rd term, we will be shifting our attention to persons with disabilities, and we can also convene a joint meeting with the portfolio committee of education. But we also need to have a discussion, as I said earlier, about what was contained in our country report submitted to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. What were the concluding observations issued by the committee, the UN committee? In particular, what did our report say on the exclusion of learners with disabilities from the education system? How did our department interact with the shadow report? And I think also all of these issues that we are raising again and again and again is putting again the focus on the need for us to really expedite this process around the Disability Rights Bill. We really cannot afford to delay it any further. But you will come back, Dr. Sukraeli, on those points. I want to move on to Honourable Adams.
Good morning, Chairperson. Am I audible?
You are, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And good morning to the department, to the staff, to the Deputy Minister, if he's online, and to my colleagues. Chairperson, I won't be long. My first question will be regarding our sanitary dignity products from the department. Hence, we are coming from an oversight visit in our constituencies. We're coming across at school level that there are some challenges that they don't receive these sanitary pads for the learners. And at some schools they did receive, but the complaint was from learners, because we take some learners to also give us report on that sanitary pads that they receive, that they get receive the sanitary pads, but they have to pay for it. So for me, it's a problem that there is no monitoring measures regarding the distribution of these pads, or it's from the side of the province or national how they distribute it. But I think there must be a way of reporting on how they distribute these sanitary pads, and from schools that they don't receive, what is the distribution from the province, if they receive it and distribute it down to local schools. Why are they not receiving these pads? So it's in fact that the monitoring system of measures must be put in place for schools who don't receive these, that they must be look into that matter. And the next point, Chairperson, is regarding women in my area of constituency. They complain that there is no programs from the side of the municipality or from province side or from the district that they are getting or benefit from economic empowerment initiatives. Some of them have catering business, but they can't register it. And when it come to compliance to certain catering quotations that they get, they must comply by, they must have a SARS tax number, a register number, and they don't have these things. So from my side is how can the Department of Women assist these women in the empowerment of some of these business. And then, Chair, regarding unemployment in youth, there's a big challenge regarding this unemployment in youth. Youth are dwelling around, leave school early, dropouts, and then dwelling in streets, robbing people. There was an incident that a young, elderly people was attacked while she was busy withdrawing an old pension grant from the bank. Attacked her, stabbed her with a knife, and the case was reported to police, but no outcomes yet was getting from that instance. So my question is that how can the department and NYDA assist our youth with local job opportunities? And also the private sector, if they can interact with each other as stakeholders, how can they assist our youth to come out of this unemployment evil that trigger them so far that they attack elderly people? And then, Chair, about the GBV and vulnerable houses are not getting assistance. Some issues was reported to the police, and the community is feeling that the police is hopeless because they are not acting on cases or reported to systems or programs to assist them, at least to get comfort with the issues that they are struggling with. And my last point, Chair, is about the disability are being accommodated at workplaces. There is now this new thing of giving people job. Is this China's opening shops in our areas? They are hiring people just for 6 months, and after that, they said we don't have work for you anymore, and then they hire another team of people. So they are also reporting this to the Department of Labor or to CCMA, but they don't get any assistance. So what manager ensure employment equity for persons with disability in local businesses? That is my contribution, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adams, for your submissions. Let's start with the CEO of the NYDA, and from there we will go to our department.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. May I maybe request Mr. Bango to first respond, and then I will then add on as well, Honourable Chair, through you.
No problem, CEO. Thank you.
Mr. Bango. Mr. Bango, are you there? Okay, Honourable Chair, I think maybe Mr. Bango might be having a challenge. Maybe let me also just check in with Ms. Dombizetu and then add on if they might have any responses before I come in, Honourable Chair. Ms. Ndombi?
Sorry, just come in. I think there was a problem with my network. I think from our side, Honourable Chair, and good morning once more to the portfolio committee members. I think from the NYDA in particular, the issue of persons with disability, as they are the most marginalized young people across the country. And also, if you look at the data, I mean, over 500,000 persons with disability that are vulnerable, and they're looking for government to come forward and provide support. So I think as a first start in this administration as the NYDA,
we really started with the to put together some plans in place. Firstly, it's the disability strategy, which we concluded towards the end of last year. And it has been much welcomed by young people across the country. We have started engaging some stakeholders that we are also going to work together across the country. We are also going to have some kind of MOUs that we're going to put in place to ensure that this work, we do it together with other stakeholders that can really assist to implement this particular work that we do. But I think in terms of the implementation plan that we've put in place for persons with disability, we're beginning to see strides. We're beginning to engage. We're beginning to, provide more supports. I mean, in this financial year alone, if you look at our APP, you would have noticed that there are also KPIs that we've set ourselves. And I can say to you, I mean, in this previous financial year, in particular, over 500 young people, persons with disability, that we've supported through, and entrepreneurship, and also quite a number of these young people, persons with disability, that are approaching the NYDA, not just for entrepreneurship, but also those that are looking for opportunities. We are also, making strides in terms of other stakeholders, even from the private sector, and youth-led organizations within the disability sector that would like to work with them, so that whenever there are opportunities, we can assist these young people. We also concluded on a rural strategy, because we also realized that majority of marginalized young people are located in the rural areas, and we want to address that issue of young people from rural areas always, often than not, migrating to the cities looking for opportunities. But as the NYDA, we want to, go to rural areas and provide the services, but not just the NYDA alone. Where we have outreach programs, we're also going to invite other departments, like your Department of Labor, your Department of Education, NFSAS, and also other institutions that provide services, that provide support to young people, so that we can find a way to provide support to these young people. I think, Chair, as the NYDA, in this particular this financial year that we're in, we are really going to do much more to provide support to persons with disability, young people from rural areas, young women, young men, but not to say we are going to neglect young people from the urban cities. But I think more young people are really going to come from the rural areas, persons with disability in particular. We have also forged a partnership with the Department of Women, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, especially the portfolio that deals with persons with disability. They've already assisted us to provide or to do to sensitize our officials within the 43 branches, those that are in the coalface in terms of engaging young people on the ground, to provide some kind of workshop as to when we engage with persons with disability, how they should engage and provide support. And given the fact that most of them are unable to reach our offices, but through our outreach programs, we will definitely reach them, provide support that they need. I think for now, from our side, that's what I can say. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks so much, Mr. Bango. Honorable Chair, honorable members, I think Mr. Bango would have addressed the salient items, but I thought maybe to also just to add on some of the issues that relate to particularly young persons with disabilities is we're also actively acknowledging that given the commitment that has been made to driving further support in this area, the business development advisors and the customer care unit is currently undergoing sensitivity training to make sure that the kind of support that is provided to young people that apply for services offered by the NYDA are supported in a manner that is reasonably accommodating, but also ensuring that we are also able to go the extra mile in terms of ensuring that they get the necessary support to get the services that they need. And so that is from the acknowledgement that ourselves, we may have certain limitations that we might even not be aware of. And so this kind of sensitivity training is important to ensure that we are inclusive in how we approach the offerings that we offer young people. This, honorable members, is also reflected in the Gemini platform that we use for customer care, which is an omni-channel platform, which we are using to service young people through the customer care service center in particular. And it also includes capabilities for, as part of us recruiting young persons with disabilities, a young person with a disability or maybe with, visual sort of impairment, are also able to utilize that particular platform to also offer services to young people. And so those are some of the other additional investments that we have started to make in this financial year, and we'll continue gradually making those kinds of investments so as to ensure that the offerings and the tools that we use to offer support to young persons with disabilities do actually support the inclusive nature in which they do need to be supported. I thought just to elevate those two areas as a demonstration of the active work that we are doing now in light of our inherent limitations to meaningfully address this problem. And over time, we can register meaningful progress there, Honourable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. We appreciate those responses. Acting DG, you can lead your team in your responses.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, our apologies, Mr. Machoba needed to step off for another engagement that started at 10, but we do have Ms. Esther to respond to the issues relating to the sanity dignity product. May I then request, given that we were speaking about issues of youth and unemployment, that OJ Fori come through to add to that matter, and then we'll move to the sanitary as well as other related intervention that will be led by Mayor Esther, as well as the matters relating to persons with disabilities that will be led by the two colleagues from the disability unit. Over to you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, honourable members. When it comes to the employment matters of youth, obviously as a department, the main instrument and tool that we use in addressing youth unemployment is our national youth policy, which has the 5 pillars. It's our main tool that we use to advocate in mainstreaming across the sectors and especially across government departments, so that they can really prioritize young people, especially when it comes to employment opportunities, even in government, that young people, especially young people who are qualified, are always considered to employ young people and consider those who especially who are then unemployed and qualified for relevant positions in the public sector. On a quarterly basis, we implement our national youth machinery meetings. And again, as we engage even civil society, various government departments, offices of the premiers are also present, representing provinces and private sector as well. The matter and the issues of employment programs, entrepreneurship support programs are always highlighted. And I then just lastly want to add on to NYDA, because if one also look at NYDA's APP for this financial year, for example, they've also indicated that They will be facilitating employment and job placement opportunities for 26,000 young people. And then obviously they will also, through National Youth Service, expand from what was last year a target of 40,000. This year it's going to be 100,000 to target the number of young people through paid service opportunities through the National Youth Service programs. So that will then just be my input, Acting DG. Thank you.
Okay, can we go to the next responses?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. It's Esther Maluleke. And thanks to Honorable Adams for the questions that she raised. I'll respond to the first question on sanitary dignity and then move on to question 4 on gender-based violence. With regard to sanitary dignity, Chair and honorable members, as you know, this is the program that is mainly driven by provinces in terms of provision of sanitary dignity pads or products. They mainly do the procurement and then distribute to schools. And how we monitor that from our side as the department is we have quarterly meetings with provinces, and that's where they table their quarterly reports in terms of how they are performing. But that's also where we are able to pick up whether there are any challenges that they are experiencing and then follow that up. We don't only meet quarterly, but our team, led by Ntate Machoba, physically goes to provinces, to sites, to actually monitor what is happening. And that's where they're also able to pick up if there are any issues of concern. For instance, we've had challenges not long ago with Northern Cape, with issues of procurement, and Limpopo and the Northwest. And we're able to actually intervene and facilitate and make sure that these issues are resolved. But I know that Honorable Adams specifically mentions Doubtless. I'm not sure. I assume Doubtless is a constituency correct. Our experience with Western Cape, it's one of the exemplary provinces that is very efficient when it comes to procurement and distribution of sanitary products. What I can say, Chair, is that if we would appreciate more details about this particular constituency or school, but even in any other province that might be experiencing this kind of problems. We should really be able to, because that's our task, that's our job, to be able to go to those schools and try and find out, working with our provincial counterparts, to establish what the issues or problems can be. So if we have more information, as I said, not only with this particular community, but any other school, that would really be appreciated. When it comes to GBV and vulnerable households and assistance they are getting, again, Chair and honorable members, you well aware that this is purely mandate of DSD, and from what we understand and the information we are getting through reporting by Department of Social Development is that they don't specifically target households of vulnerable, of survivors of gender-based vulnerable, gender-based violence who come from vulnerable households. Any vulnerable household receives if they apply and they're picked up, they firstly facilitate application for the social relief of distress grant, and that's how they are assisted. That would include of households where there are cases of gender-based violence, but there's no specific program that targets those that have experienced gender-based violence or even domestic violence in particular. But they would be included generally with any other household that is vulnerable that was brought to their attention. But also, these are some of the things, Chair, when you talk about RRTs that we are expecting them to assist us with. As they go to families, as they pick up the cases, we expect them, because they work in a multidisciplinary fashion, they should be able to link them with their DSD counterparts. The other thing that we are doing, at least from our side, Chair, to deal with cases of GBV, is not necessarily with vulnerable households that are vulnerable, but we work with women in shelters. We've recently partnered with Nyamukara Empowerment program, and recently in partnership with Eastern Cape Department of Social Development as well. We've managed to train 70 women survivors of gender-based violence from 3 districts through the classification since it was announced by the president. In Jokabi District Municipality, for instance, in Alual North, we trained 20 women. In Nelson Mandela Metro, Kwanobutle, we trained 20 women. And then in OR Tambo District Municipality, we trained 30 women. And this is about economic empowerment. They go through training in partnership, as I mentioned, with Nyamukara Empowerment. But it doesn't end there. After training them, they literally give them equipment like sewing machines, like laptops, computer, to actually start their own businesses. Mainly so far designing clothing that they actually sell in communities. So we intend to expand this. Yes, we may have started working with Nyamukara in the Eastern Cape, as I mentioned, for these women. They recently had a were given certificates, graduation rather. They were graduated, I think, in November, December, if I'm not wrong. And or is this year? It's May already. I think it's around March, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it's this actually early where they graduated, were given certificates and were given this equipment. So we notice how useful this program is, and our intention is to actually roll it out to other provinces and actually scale it so it can assist more and more women, especially survivors and victims of gender-based violence, because those are the ones that we are targeting, so that they shouldn't stay. As you know, shelters are a short-term intervention. They're not meant there to be, forever. After 6 months, we understand that's how most of the programs work. They should be able to leave the shelter, but also be able to make a living. So this is part of our intervention in terms of Pillar 2 of the NSP on prevention, but also Pillar 5 of the National Strategic Plan on Economic Empowerment. I hope I've answered the 2 questions. Thank you.
Can we move to the next responses, please? I think the disability rights colleagues were going to come in.
If I may.
I think okay.
Okay, yeah, all right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, HG. I just wanted to highlight a few issues in this area. We have, as the department, prepared a circular in collaboration with the Department of Public Service and Administration. In light of the fact that we are getting many complaints, many concerns by people with disabilities indicating that they are not receiving employment. Some of them graduates, some of them are still economically active, wanting to be employed, however, are not being selected, shortlisted, or when they are being shortlisted, not being given roles, the positions in the particular jobs, many of whom are actually in departments, in government, municipalities, etc., not receiving reasonable accommodations, and also not having upward mobility in terms of career development and training, etc. So those are some of the key challenges that we received. In order to respond to this, and coming out of the 6th report, annual progress report, when we developed the 6th annual progress report, we took it through to Cabinet, and Cabinet recommended that we increase the employment equity target to 7%, which will be incrementally realized by 2030 by the public service. Now, what we then had to do, and this was in the 1st of November 2023, it took us a while to get the DPSA on board in terms of actually understanding that it was their responsibility, because the Minister of Public Service and Administration is actually the employer of the entire public service, and it could not come from the DWYPD as in the regulations and the directives and in terms of an act. And until last, we've been having discussions until last year, July, when the Minister of Public Service and Administration, when we met with him, actually agreed that we submitted a circular to him that should be released. And he said, he actually believes we should not just release a circular, he's happy to release a directive based on the regulations of the Public Service Act to compel departments to actually employ persons with disabilities to incrementally reach that 7% as was articulated by the Cabinet decision. However, there was a bit of pushback once again from the administration in terms of the officials in that particular department, and a legal opinion was sought from the OXLA, which then came out in January this year, which delayed the release of the circular or a directive. By March this year, during the SONA, the president then actually said that we will need to, as the public service, reach 7% by 2030 incrementally. In light of the fact of the SONA statement, we then communicated once again with the Minister of Public Service and Administration, and we then have Circular 19 of 2026 that was released in March, that now says that all public service departments will need to ensure that they have employed 7% persons with disabilities by 2030. And the target for this year is now 5% employment of persons with disabilities. We as the department have put together a practice note as one of our interventions to help with implementing the contents of the circular that was released by the DPSA, and we have agreed to collaborate with them. However, what we realize as well is that we alone as DWYPD and DPSA, as much as the public service can lead by example, the private sector also needs to be involved. However, according to the regulations and the Employment Equity Act regulations that were promulgated, they are still asking for a 3% employment equity target for persons with disabilities to be reached by 2030, which means there's a mismatch in terms of our policy intent that is out there in terms of cabinet and our the white paper and the National Development Plan, and what is put out there in terms of the Employment Equity Act. One of the key challenges cited by the Department of Employment of Labor and the administration of DPSA initially was that there is no statistical data in place in terms of the economically active population in the country, and therefore they cannot increase the percentage from 2%, 2.5% to 3%, because during the MTSF period, it was 2.5% that was to be reached by 2024. When we looked at the figures, we are as the public service only at 1.2%, still at that point. So this is currently the mismatch that we find between DPSA and the Department of Employment and Labor. What we have decided to do is we had set up a meeting that has taken place now. However, I had delegated my director to attend on the behalf of our department, but it included the DHET, DEL, DBE, and other stakeholders to see how we can actually come together to bring about the transition of children with disabilities through to FET or through to employment when they are in adulthood, and then also improve the employment equity stats. So that's currently underway. The one challenge that we have experienced now is, and we see it, is that the employment equity regulations is very weak when it comes to sanctions being leveled against companies who do not employ persons with disabilities or who do not provide reasonable accommodations to persons with disabilities. And what we're finding is that CCMA and Labor Court, etc., is proving to be very difficult for persons with disabilities to carry on and actually win these cases, which results in many cases coming through to us as a department. And unfortunately, we're not a CCMA or a labor court, and we are trying wherever we can to intervene with municipalities, some of which believe that they're not part of the public service. And we're trying to say to them that, it's actually broader and it does reach the 7% does go to them. So it's a lot of advocating and pushing that we are doing from our side to try and assist on a case-by-case basis. But on the whole, we still have a wide area that we still need to be able to reach, because people in the private sector are still governed by the 3% equity target, although those with the 7%, they have to put it into their employment equity plans, which we have included in the practice note, should be in annual performance plans of accounting officers. It should be reported on, so we can flag it in the annual progress reports so that it can be shown in cabinet, because the president had articulated that he wanted to see which departments are in fact not adhering to the 7% employment equity target. So currently there are these measures in place, but there are these bottlenecks that also exist and challenges in terms of how we can strengthen the accountability in terms of the private sector, and then also in terms of the public service. We are going to work very closely with the DPSA and different government departments to even provide individual technical support to departments, also popularize the practice note that we put in place, work with the heads of corporate services, etc. So, and the key thing that they currently are asking for is a database of job seekers with disabilities. And they somehow believe that it's the DWYPD who should actually have this database. And what we are saying is that unfortunately, we as a department do not have the capacity, the budget, the resources to put together we're not a placement department of people with disability. That lies with the Department of Employment and Labor. They actually currently have a database in place. However, it is not functional. It's not functioning very well. So we are hoping that this, we've actually written to the Minister of Public Service and Administration and have asked that we put together a multi-sectoral stakeholder forum to come together to determine how we can utilize the Department of Employment and Labor database that currently exists. Since there is a system in place, we understand there's weaknesses, how we can overcome those weaknesses, which other stakeholders from private sector and public sector we can get involved, so that we can then ensure that this database is in place and that also departments start keeping databases, because we are getting many applications from persons with disabilities. There are even instances where for one post, you get 189 applications, of which 40 are persons with disabilities, for example, but you've got one post, which clearly means that there are persons with disabilities out there looking for employment. And in many instances, these are like deputy director posts. So these are graduates with disabilities. However, somehow they are falling through the cracks. And if you've got one post, it's difficult to actually get them to get all of them to get that role. So what we said is all or HR units within departments should actually keep databases of persons with disabilities as well, because they would be looking for certain persons who have certain qualifications. For example, if they're statisticians, if they are engineers, if they are IT, depending on the particular requirements of departments. So that in itself will also help. And then we've put down in the practice notes regarding how we can coordinate, collaborate, headhunt, ensuring that across levels within departments we employing persons with disabilities, various areas in terms of recruitment, selection, competency assessments that are accessible, all of these things that are in place, just to give you that feedback. And we will share the practice note with the portfolio committee, and including the circular that was released for ease of reference. Thanks, Chair and ADG.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got an hour and a half left. I'm going to defer the minutes to our next meeting when we're adopting our budget vote report, so that we allow for ample time for the constituency issues to be ventilated this morning. So I'm going to hand over to you, Honourable Shabangu. It's your opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to yourself and all in the platform. For the sake of time, Chairperson, I will try to summarize because I can see we are really behind time. And thank you for this opportunity. Chair, we visited a school for disability, and it caters for deaf children. So I'm not going to raise the challenges that were there because it's not for this meeting, but that is where we started. And what is comforting is that some of the issues that we identified, we engage with basic education, and they were addressed because we can also say that at least the pass rate improved from where it was. The school is in the rural area of Ngomazi, and we promised that at least this year we'll get better results in matric, because the matriculant for this year, they started from preschool. Now they will be going to matric, so at least there is that understanding. Though the congestion is still there, but like I'm saying, that other things they were addressed, the resources, the staff, the smart boards and things like that. Then from there we followed those that exited the school. It led us to the two centers for disability. One is Sismisele in Ward 28 and one is in Ward 32 in Komazi. The one in 28 is closed down because of lack of support. The one that is in Ward 32 is run by a woman who identified the challenge that is in the community with persons with disability, because she's also having the problem of eyesight. And then she started this center under the tree. There is no shelter, nothing, under the tree in her own space. So when we visited the Honorable Chair, we found that most of the people that are there is mainly youth with disability. They gather there on daily basis and they just gather and idle, except doing the small things like bits that they are doing and to sell in the community. It's not even a major project, because we also contributed to buy some bits for them to continue doing something. And other than that, they were raising concerns of IDs, transport. Those are the challenges that they have. So we had stakeholders engagement, your Home Affairs, your SASSA, your Department of Labor. And I'm just summarizing, Chair. The challenge with the IDs that we picked up with these people with the persons with disability, especially because this is rural area. Once the siblings younger than the disabled person, even if you are not disabled, if the person that is younger than yourselves get the ID first, the Home Affairs, then it has to go certain processes to verify why, because you are the eldest, why you don't have ID while your younger brother or sister, they have ID. So we managed to assist the few. Some they are still in the process of getting their IDs, but that is the challenge that we picked up. We couldn't do otherwise, because that is the process of Home Affairs, that the elder one must have ID first. And yeah, but that is the challenge we got. And then when we check with the parents, they say, no, it's because this one was disabled. And then it took time that we thought of getting the ID for them. So they used that the disabled young people that were in this center. Some they are post-matric, but they did not have IDs. Some they do have with those the qualification post-matric, but they are unemployed, which is a challenge that we all know. We also visited the taxi industry, looking at the issue of transport. They seem not to be having means of providing for the persons with disabilities. But what is comforting, Chair, when we visited the biggest industry of that is operating in Komas, the bus industry, which is owned by a woman. It caters for all the rural areas of Nkomazi. She's having thousands and hundred thousands of buses. We found that she already implemented a system that takes up a disabled person, like a lift up to the bus. I remember even shared that picture with other members to say, this is the company that is run by a woman, which we hope that in future, maybe even our taxi industry, these challenges will be addressed. But we were really happy to see that some industries, they do cater for persons with disabilities. But Chair, having said that, when we visited this center and we realized that it's also in the verge of collapse, like Misele Disabled Center that closed down, because these people, they are saying it's better to go to a specific area where they gather and do something, share their challenges, rather than sitting at home with the rest of the family that is unemployed and stuff like that. So they prefer to gather. But the one that is still operational, our concern was that they don't have a shelter. That was one. There's no support. They are just there, but they are a registered center. So we visited the Matamo Tribal Authority to try and get a space for them. But from there, then we have to assist them to get the funding to actually build a center for these people to be in a space, because on rainy days they can't gather under a tree. So that is at least they have their own space now, though it's just an open space too. They're still trying to gather some funds to have a center which will be existing. Hopefully they will be getting support. But with through this gender, youth and disability coordination framework by the department, one wants to check with the department, how is it ensuring that relevant implementing department and stakeholders actually provide tangible support? And how does the department monitor and enforce implementation of this framework, especially at provincial and local level? Because that is where these people are seen. And besides us, we know that as parliamentarians, we do the oversight, and then because this is like the response from the previous speaker saying that some of the things they have to manhunt locally. These people are there. There's local municipality. I know there are private sectors. They do hire these people, but also the provincial and the local. How does the department monitor and enforce the implementation of this framework? Chair, I think I hope I've summarized sensibly that it's understood what the question is. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shabangu. No, that was a good submission. We thank you for that. I'm going to hand over then back to the department to give some responses to the issues raised.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think there's a number of issues that are raised that relates to persons with disabilities. What I'm not sure of, and colleagues you would advise, is the referred to framework in the department that speaks to the coordination framework. I'm not aware of this unless if it's named differently. The Gender, Youth and Disability Coordination Framework. Is it okay to check with Honorable Shabangu, and we will allow colleagues from disability to respond to the disability matters?
Yes,
Through you,
that's
Chair.
fine. Thank you. Maybe the colleagues from the department can come in the Disability Rights Unit.
Good. Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure, but I assume that maybe the honorable member is referring to the GOD framework. Yeah, that's my assumption, unless I'm wrong.
Okay, colleagues, do you want to, should Honorable Shabangu give you her question again in writing and then you respond in writing? Or what is the best way forward from your side?
I suggest, sorry, ADG, I suggest it rather be in writing because it's a bit unclear from my side. I'm not sure how Ms. Bambele feels, but I think maybe it will be clearer if it was articulated in writing and then we could respond.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
thanks, Chair and DG and honorable members. Just from what I could gather, yes, from the honorable member's question, the issues around the taxi industry, which is part of the transport industry of South Africa, is one of the matters that, especially in relation to persons with disabilities. Chair and members will recall that we once reported that we convened a universal accessibility summit with the Department of Transport, where issues of universal accessibility to transport, to modes of transport, all of them were being thrashed out and discussed. And part of the sector that was there was the taxi industry and the bus industry, especially provision of ground transport for persons with disabilities. The issues of accessibility were raised and they are a challenge, and more so because there are just systematic issues and barriers that are experienced by persons with disabilities, ranging from communication with transport providers, but also the universal accessibility of the transport modes for persons with disabilities, especially persons with mobility challenges, who are persons on wheelchairs and so forth. So those are the challenges that were raised with the Department of Transport. We are through our machinery, where we sit with the sector, the disability sector, and government departments, wherein reporting and also mainstreaming happens for disability inclusion. We're able to mainstream and find that there is a universal accessibility forum that has been established with the Department of Transport and the disability sector to try and resolve some of the issues that are and challenges that are experienced by persons with disabilities on transport modes. The one most advanced in terms of implementation is the one relating to the bus industry. And with the bus industry, it's in relation to, for instance, the buses that are being rolled out by the Department of Transport in various metros. And then and also the bus transport providers that are subsidized by the Department of Transport. And perhaps that's what honorable member was referring to, that there's a transport provider whose buses are actually being made accessible for persons with disabilities. It's progressing very slowly, not at the desired rate that we would have wanted it to progress, but we getting there. With regard to the taxi industry, Chair and honorable members, there has been challenges, and even during that particular summit, in actual fact, at the level of government and the taxi industry itself acknowledged that they have challenges in actually transporting persons with disabilities, and some range from, for instance, attitudinal, like I said, communication barriers, but also accessibility of the modes of transport, the minibuses that are being utilized to transport persons with disabilities. And those that transport persons with disabilities have had to modify their vehicles in order for them to get to be suitable for transporting persons with disabilities. On issues of IDs, yes, there has been actually, maybe let me just share that our ministry met with the Ministry of Home Affairs, because the Home Affairs Department is in the process of digitalizing the identity, the IDs. And therefore, we had to have an engagement on issues around implications of the digitalization of the ID, but also how best we can ensure that persons with disabilities are accessing identity documents from birth, at the point at which they are born, and throughout the the lifespan of persons with disabilities. And one of the key challenges that I will highlight here is the fact that we know that all persons are born in hospitals, in clinics, and some at home. And the responsibility of registration of birth lies between the parent, the Department of Health, and Home Affairs in that particular space. But we have still registered that most over and above the fact that the current system does not accommodate disability, and therefore there is that a gap in terms of recording persons with disabilities at birth. The challenge also becomes that when the minute the parents, the Department of Health and Home Affairs loses out on that opportunity to register the birth, it becomes very difficult later on to register birth. But we are not familiar with the issue that the elder child has got to be registered first before the others are registered. I think it's a matter that the honourable member can direct to the department so that we can elevate it to the Department of Home Affairs to assist us properly with that process. It's a new one to us, what has been raised today. But the issues of identity documents has got nothing to do with a person's disability. Persons are registered on IDs in terms of the national population, are registered to get IDs in terms of the national population register. And therefore, there might be other matters that may be perpetuating the lack of IDs, which might include the fact that the parents might not be having identity documents, but also the fact that there has not been a registration and it was not followed up throughout. There might be some challenges, and normally they differ case by case. On unemployment of post-school youth with disabilities, I'm going to approach this matter in this way, Honorable Chair and members. We have got within our education system, and it's a value chain systematic problem, challenge that we have in the country, that there are learners with disabilities that are in pre-vocational schools, and these are learners that complete their education at ages of at the stages of grade 5. In other words, what we normally call primary schools. And they are not able to proceed further because of the nature of their disability. And most of these learners that are in pre-vocational schools are children with profound, severe to moderate intellectual disabilities. But these learners are given skills development, capacity building programs in those schools. The challenge is the onboarding of the learners from the pre-vocational schools to the vocational schools. There's a serious gap that we have observed in that space. And then again, there are children who go forward to the vocational learning program in high schools through the Department of Basic Education, but do not make it post-high school to the institutions of higher learning who are in the vocational streams. And those are the young people that make up the majority of post-school youth with disabilities that are unemployed. What we have done as a department, we have come up with capacity building initiatives, and we work with a range of stakeholders like the National Youth Development Agency, the Department of Small Business, and Department of Employment and Labor to actually educate and make them aware of what may be regarded as simple things like how to craft a CV, because most of them are skilled, they've been trained, but they are not able to access jobs because they are not familiar with how to apply, what opportunities are available for them to be able to access to advance themselves either in the employ but also in the entrepreneurship space where they can be capacitated as artisans and so forth. So we're rolling out that particular program of empowerment of post-school youth, and that accommodates even the youth that have dropped out pre-high school who are falling within the pre-vocational. And this requires a concerted effort. It requires that we maximize on resources to actually expose these young people to opportunities that are there. The other program that we are collaborating with the Department of Employment and Labor within to ensure that we deal with this gap is actually an onboarding, activating the what we call the supported employment enterprises of the Department of Employment and Labor to actually onboard these learners with disabilities. In some provinces, it's working. In others, it is still being activated. But for these supported employment enterprises of the Department of Labor to fully function, they need to be sustainable, and their sustainability depends on market access. For instance, market access, because they make furniture, they make clothing, they make all sorts of material and equipment, that one of the first buyers should be our government buying, for instance, from the supported employment enterprises. And we have seen in that regard through our own initiatives where the Northern Cape provincial government even committed that in 2026-27, they'll start supporting the Northern Cape Supported Employment Enterprise factory so that it's able to onboard this post-school youth with disabilities to work in those supported employment enterprises, because they ought to be paid the sustainability that needs to happen for the supported employment enterprise. And we're working with the Directorate of SEE in the Department of Employment and Labor to see to it that it also is rolled out in various provinces in the same manner. And ongoing discussions are happening in that regard. But this will take also a buy-in from government, from everyone, including citizenry, because they do support citizens. They can provide their material to citizens who buy from them. So this will is still work in progress in terms of also lobbying and coordinating, ensuring that there is buy-in into supporting the supported employment enterprises. And that, in the long run, we see as initiatives that will alleviate unemployment of the post-school youth who now become recipients of the disability grant because of the nature of their disabilities and the fact that they are not employable in the manner that is traditionally sought out. On the issue of the coordination, let me just say that...
Okay, just 2 minutes to wrap up. I think all additional information, which I will say at the end, can be submitted to us in writing. But please, 2 minutes to wrap up.
Okay, thank you, Chair. No, last one. On coordination, we have got provincial offices of the Premier. They've got disability units. And in municipalities, we also have, in the offices of the municipal managers, transformation units that have got a disability desk. And therefore, most of the matters that are on the ground, we would expect that the coordination at that level would pick them up and be able to raise them, and where there are interventions, and they will be escalated in accordance with that. But yes, I just wanted to indicate that not all issues are addressed at the national level. But also the province has got a responsibility. They coordinate in the same manner the government departments and the disability sector, and also likewise in local municipalities and district municipalities in the offices of the mayor in the same manner. So that coordination mechanism is what needs to assist us to actually deal with the matters at the coalface of our society that needs to be resolved. But yes, we do intervene as and when there are issues that requires our coordination at the level of national. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for those comprehensive responses. Honorable Pulwane, now is your opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chair. Or still a morning, good morning. Members, everyone in the platform. Because of time, Chair, I will just summarize. It looks like some of the issues I will repeat, but I think I must submit them and get intervention where possible. Chair, as we know, as we all know that the GPV is a national crisis in South Africa, also confirmed by our state president, and an underage child was raped by his uncle and the mother. When she tried to report the case, the family decided to be on the perpetrator's side, which is the uncle. And she ended up fleeing the place. And now she is living in a one-room shack with her 4 kids. There is no water in that room, no electricity. That is happening in Ward 24. Is another ward. She left his ward to go into another ward. The other case is at Ward 26 in Fetahom Tubazi. There was a woman, she's mentally unstable, having 9 kids, no birth certificate, all of them. And they are unable to access the government grants. The mother does not have ID. And that is why they don't have the certificates. And Chair, we have 4 cases of the disability without ID in a different families. Most of them, they affect the children. I'm saying I'll summarize. I know some of the issues, the ID issues is addressed, but I think maybe they will see it in another way because the disability is a very interesting issue. Lastly, Chair, is the unemployment at my constituency. My constituency is a deep rural area with a population of 1.3 million. 700 are youth, and 98% of them are not working. Chair, that is why we are saying that the NYDA must have offices at the rural areas. The deep rural area, not in town. For example, Bujenfesi, Ebutubazi, Abumatala Ramushebo, they must go there, down there, and see that we have got many youth that are unemployed. Thank you, Chair. I summarize. I submit. I just summarize now because of time.
Thank you so much, Honorable Polwani. And I think we agree we will submit these issues and see how our department can assist us to take it up with Home Affairs. Honorable Mkunu has also indicated that she's had to go to another meeting, so we will submit this document in full to our department so that they, where they have not been able to respond adequately, they'll send us responses in writing. I think the NYDA has taken note in terms of rural access and taking their footprint to rural areas. And when they come back at the end, they can respond to that as well. Let's quickly move up the next member. Yolanda. Honorable Chauke Adonis, your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. May you confirm that I am audible?
You are. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I request that I do keep my camera off. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity in terms of us putting forward our constituency work. And perhaps when the responses do come, some can be responded to in writing as well, in the interest of time. Some of the issues have already been addressed and articulated by other members. But Chairperson, one wants to know in terms of the spatial planning, what is the involvement and participation and input that comes from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, where we know that the largest population of this country is made up of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And therefore, we're seeing many of the women, youth, and persons with disabilities not being supported when it comes to spatial planning and assisted housing. Now, I raise this, Chairperson, because we've got a mother with 2 children with intellectual and severe mobility disabilities, who has applied for housing in 2016. She is now living with an abusive partner and is unable to find and be located to a Tutuzela center. And I think this goes also to CGE to say, where are these Tutuzela centers? How can we identify them? Are they in our local communities and townships and in rural areas? Are they in all constituency areas? And it's quite important for the department to also indicate in terms of some of the intervention that they've had with the Department of Human Settlement in ensuring that as we speak to spatial housing, What is the allocation for persons with disabilities, the allocation for young people, the allocation for women, and what are the timelines that they have set in terms of priority? And I think I raise this because we find many persons with disabilities who apply and parents of children with disabilities who apply, and they are sitting years and decades later not being allocated. So one would want to know what is the participation of the department in this regarding as part of the monitoring and oversight on the department. Secondly, Chairperson, one of the issues is on gender-based violence and femicide. And we had elevated to say that, yes, it has been declared by the President, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa Matamela. But we are not hearing in terms of the budget allocation. And with this budget allocation, I think it's creating fear amongst our community where we are unable to communicate as to what the Gender-Based Violence Council and on femicide, on GBVF is actually going to do in terms of translating and addressing the issues of gender-based violence. There is a case in my constituency in Karankua, one of my constituencies in Karankua, of a young woman who was brutally assaulted. Her body was put on fire in front of her parents' house by a boyfriend. She later succumbed to her injuries and has passed on. May her soul rest in peace. The trauma of that has left her family distraught. With this, the perpetrator is now granted bail after a bail application and is residing in the same community. So one would want to know what is the intervention and the cross-interdepartmental collaboration and strategies that are put in place by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the Department of Justice and Police when it comes to interventions on gender-based violence in protecting victims in this regard and ensuring that perpetrators are removed from those particular communities, because one would see it as secondary victimization on families who are already in a stage of grieving their loved ones. Secondly, Chairperson, the issues of disabilities have been heavily highlighted, and I'm glad that we are speaking in terms of the framework that addresses systematic barriers on persons with disabilities. But what we are not addressing on this is that when we speak about statutory rape, when we speak about gender-based violence, when we speak about exclusion, when we speak about economic exclusion, what does the framework exactly speak to in terms of their intervention? Can the department perhaps speak to that? Because these are the issues within my various constituency across the country where we need to address to say what are the interventions and the steps that are being made by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities that can translate into tangible results as part of their monitoring and oversight on departments. And we do understand that they cannot hold the departments accountable, but what would they then propose as a measure in which we can ensure that departments are held accountable for non-compliance? Chair, another question that I would then raise is on the statutory rape inquiry that we had. We made recommendations. It was then tabled in the National Assembly. From these recommendations, one wants to know from the department, what are some of the recommendations that they have implemented with the other relevant departments, and how are they tracking the progress of these recommendations in the implementation stage, and how they are tracking statutory rape across the country? We know this is Child Protection Month. What are the programs that the department will be rolling out to bring awareness? And what is the department saying when it speaks to the Department of Basic Education on training and when it comes to mandatory reporting? Because we are truly lacking in that regard. The last one, Chairperson, it would speak to the economic exclusion. Now, this would go to the NYDA and to the department. The economic exclusion of persons with disabilities, which is a systematic concern and barrier that continues to persist. What is the cross-collaboration of the department and the NYDA with other institutions to ensure that persons with disabilities find expression and are able to access economic opportunities, where SMMEs are also given opportunities to access the funding mechanisms and instruments that are made available as part of your oversight mechanism to ensure that if there is a fund within the Department of Basic Education, what is the role of Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability to monitor the fund that is allocated for persons with disability, that they are meeting those targets? Because there is a lack of compliance when it comes to reaching targets. Along with the NYDA, how does it ensure that all the youth development economic programs that are being rolled out nationally, they are reaching the targets of ensuring that persons with disabilities are beneficiaries within that space. And I think it's important when we speak about beneficiation. Chair, the last one, apologies, the last one is that in the Western Cape, we have seen that there has been selling of land. And I indicated as I spoke, I said that with this, it raises a concern because we know women, youth, and persons with disabilities are affected when it comes to spatial planning. What is the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities intervention in ensuring that municipal land is utilized to address systematic barriers and exclusion from economic hub and centers for women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and really protecting those properties and land for beneficiation that is necessitated through our NDP and NSP goals that have been set. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I can request that some of these be responded to in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chalke Aduenes. Okay, I'm going to hand over to the department. You can give us responses in 5 minutes, and what is left outstanding we'll ask for in writing. Over to you, Acting DG.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask colleagues to respond. I think we did touch significantly on the matters of disabilities, but I'll check in if there's addition in terms of issues that relates to our cross-cutting function and how we relate with other departments as it relates to matters of gender-based violence and femicide. Esther, you can respond to that, probably also linking to the work that is currently happening through the net joint. Over to yourselves, colleagues.
Yes, I will respond to coordination and currently we are using various structures to actually coordinate the work on gender-based violence, meaning it then forces us to closely work with departments from a monitoring and so let me say, even prior to the classification, the way we have been working is and beyond government, by the way, we have been working with key stakeholders within government and in terms of stakeholders outside government, whether it's civil society, partners, or private sector, or even labor movement. Let me just say social partners. We have established what we call the NGBV collective, which is a structure really in the absence of the council. Immediately when the NSP was launched, we thought it would be useful for us because our responsibility is to coordinate. We need a vehicle that will assist us to do so. And we're really taking advantage of the momentum at that stage to leverage on it. After successfully drafting the NSP. So what this collaborative does, it was meeting weekly initially, but now it's meeting monthly. Is to try and coordinate the work and to force us to work in collaboration with each other so that the left hand knows what the right hand is doing. And how we've structured ourselves is through the 6 pillars of the NSP. And these are, for lack of a better word, subcommittees that we have established through this multi-sectoral collaborative platform. They meet at their own time individually, but then monthly we then come together to say, what is it? We have plans that each pillar would have. These subcommittees that I'm referring to that are structured according to pillars are co-convened by government and civil society organizations. So we have plans specifically for each pillar. We look at the targets, and the idea is to really push and drive that we deliver on the targets of the NSP. So some of these successes that you see is through that platform. For instance, the 3 bills for Pillar 3. So that's how we structure ourselves and try and push for implementation of the NSP through that platform. And I can refer you, Chair, to the website of this platform, where you'll be able to see, because every work that they do, they upload on that website so that South Africans can see the work that's being done through NSP. The second one is currently through the classification. We have 7 pillars, work streams, you know that it's facilitated by ourselves and Department of Traditional Affairs, as well as the net joints. So we have 7 pillars. They meet every Wednesday, like tomorrow, to actually look at the classification plan that we have developed and to try and track the work that is done under each priority area of the classification. So that's how we really get to track the work that's being done. But it doesn't end there. This work on classification, then it's processed through the interministerial committee on gender-based violence and substance abuse that is co-chaired by our minister and the Minister of Social Development. They just recently met for the 2nd time. I think it's last week or 2 weeks ago, to actually get a report, a full report on progress we are making on the classification. It also goes to clusters, this is the accountability side, and then these reports are also need to be processed through FOSAD as well as Cabinet, because we need to keep them updated in terms of the progress we are making with this. I must say, Chair and honorable members, the issue of resourcing this classification plan remains on the table. It's still a problem. We requested departments to reprioritize from their voted funds so that they can, and we've written not only to national, but province, as well as municipalities. I can tell you now, the responses that we are getting, especially from local government, are very extremely disappointing. Most of the municipalities, at least those that have responded to our request, indicate zero budgeting for NSP and the classification plan. There are just no resources to drive this. And this remains a big, big challenge for us in terms of how we're going to succeed to effectively implement this plan. The other questions, Chair, I'll stop here. We can respond in writing to the questions that are raised. The only one that I thought maybe would be useful was the one raised by Honorable earlier on the case that they've picked up. Again, Chair, we know that reporting remains a big, big challenge in most communities. There's reporting that comes through DSD, there's reporting that comes through police. So a lot of cases fall through the cracks, but the law is clear. Not even the family is allowed to stop any reporting of any case. So they are actually breaking the law. But if we get details of this particular case or cases that are raised here, indeed, we should be able to follow up through our RRTs and the technical monitors that are placed in provinces, for us to visit those families and give us a report in terms of what is happening with these cases. If they're reported, they should be able to go to follow up at the police station where they're reported in terms of where this case is. If there's no success from our side at national level, we're able to take up this matter with our counterparts in the police. Now, even better, through net joints, to say what is happening with this case, because they're tracing cold cases as I speak in the work that they're doing. I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maluleke. We will definitely, after this meeting, we will update the document that's currently being flighted and add the additional information for written responses. But I must say your response indicating that most departments are indicating a zero budget for the NSP and for the classification is shocking and disheartening, to say the least, because it really means that our fight against gender-based violence is going to go nowhere if we get this little cooperation from various departments. But let me then hand over to Honorable Kanile. It's now your opportunity, ma'am.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues, and all protocol observed. Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity. I think I'm going to start with the land application request we have received in January 2025. I know I may sound like a broken record because I have been following up on this matter over and over and over again. And to date, we have not received any feedback from the department. And there's a group of ladies, I'm not sure how many of them they are, but they all have disabilities. One of them approached myself and sent me a letter. Chairperson, you are aware of this letter. I sent it and it was processed through your office. We sent it to the department. And we advised that they are reaching out to, apologies for the chair, am I still audible?
Yes, you are, Honorable Kanile.
Okay, thank you so much. We were advised that they are processing it through the department, I think land reform and agriculture as well. They were going to provide feedback. I tried to make follow-up and nothing was forthcoming. And one of the reasons I decided to actually submit this request, Chair, even though I understood that it may fall with the Department of Land Reform as well as agriculture. It is because in the presentations that we normally receive from the department, they will indicate that one of their targets or priorities is to empower women through ensuring that they provide land for them. So this was an exercise for them where they were supposed to demonstrate if what they present to us is something that is actually achievable. But more than a year later, we have not received any feedback. So I'd like to find out how far this matter is, number one. Number two, I'll appreciate it if it can be resolved, because if we can get this right, then we will know that there is an ability. While they do their monitoring, they will be able as well to intervene when we have instances like these that are brought to ourselves. Because we must also be aware that members of the community do not know that we're a monitoring department. That is why they are sending these issues to us, and we cannot send them away. We must make sure that all these issues are being processed. Chair, I think I've been covered on issues around learners with disabilities unable to access schools and the waiting list. But what I think I would also like to find out from the department is that through their monitoring, when they sit with the DPE, what have been their observations in terms of looking at the issues of fixing dilapidated buildings? I am raising this because in the oversight that we did in KZN, this issue was brought to our attention a number of times. And they also cited that because of this reason, more learners with disabilities were now sitting at home. I think if one can be provided with some responses, that will be appreciated. And maybe going forward, also we'll be able to have another meeting with the DPE. Chair, there's I just want to find out how can the department or even the NYDA assist on this one. In Likwa local municipality, we have a school for learners with disabilities. It used to be called ATEC. It is now called Inkazimulo Nkulunkulu Stimulation Center. I think they have about between 120 to 150 learners with various disabilities. The conditions there, they are horrible. Some classes, they have holes in that building. And over and above that, the issue of electricity is problematic because apparently they owe municipality money for the electricity, and because of that, they were switched off. We have tried to engage the municipality, but the current leadership is not really willing to come to the fore. So I want to find out, also seeing that we are entering a very cold season, those learners are going to be expected to attend class in cold classes. If there's any intervention that maybe the NYDA or the department can actually assist us with. I'm going to touch also, Chair, on the issue of sanitary dignity products. I have been asking this over and over again, and if the department is refusing to give this list to us, I think they must just tell us that this list, they're not going to give it to us so that we just give up, because as part of our oversight, it is our responsibility to ask for information that we feel it's needed for us to ascertain that these products, they reach the beneficiaries that they're supposed to reach. I have been asking for the list for Mpumalanga schools, especially Sibande. Even if they don't give me the name of the learners, because I remember in the last meeting, there was the issue of a POPI Act that was raised, an issue with which I fully respect, but I still would want the names of the schools that are receiving sanitary dignity products, because it is very important for us to be able to go there and conduct oversight. And we cannot just get a list, Chairperson, that indicates that sanitary dignity products are being sent to Sibande, but they are unable to give us the schools. And when we go to those schools, each and every school is saying they are not getting the sanitary dignity products. And this makes our work very difficult, Chairperson. Can the department advise when are they going to give us the list? And if they're not going to give it to us, can they just say so in this very meeting? I think that will assist us so that I don't keep on asking for the one and the same thing over and over again. Chairperson, I think I'm covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kanile. I'm going to hand over to the department for responses until about 12 o'clock, and then we'll take the last two honourable members.
Thank you, Chair. On the first matter, I would ask Mayor Esther to respond. That would also tie in with the issues around the sanitary dignity product and list, and then we will also expand on matters that affect dilapidated schooling. I know colleagues in the disabilities have been engaging with basic education. They will touch to that, and then I'll add. Thank you, Mayor Esther and Dr. Bree.
Thanks, Lady Julie. I guess this is number 6 question that I need to respond to about a case of a woman who was brutally attacked. The question is, how can the department seek to address matters of this nature through legislative and policy interventions? I think, as I said earlier, there's clearly legislation, the popularly known bills or acts now that deals with matters of gender-based violence and what is expected from individuals and communities in terms of handling these cases. I think what we need to do more, and I know that the Department of Justice tries to do this, to educate and popularize communities in as far as the legislation is concerned. I think is to bring to the attention of communities what these laws entail and what is expected from them. I'm not sure if we are doing enough as government to actually popularize the law and so that people who commit these crimes know exactly what is it that they are. I know that they are aware, but I think there's more in those laws in terms of what we need to bring to their attention. But also, as an example, for people when they see these crimes committed, they need to understand that the law also expect them to actually report this case. They can't look away and say, this is my neighbor or this is a person I don't know. So it is those kind of things that I think we need to bring to the attention of communities. And the law is there already. And policies, various policies that address issues of gender-based violence. So and the next step then is to make sure that they are dealt with through the criminal justice system. But we know the weaknesses of the criminal justice system. As I say, on our side, the cases that come through us, we try and make sure as much as possible to refer those to relevant departments to actually deal with, depending on their needs. The issue of sanitary dignity, and Tate Machoba, it's back in the meeting, and I would like him to just talk to the issue of the list. Tate Machoba.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, honorable members. On the matter that has been raised by Honorable Kanyile, I would not want to elongate this really. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's just that at national level, we do not have the names of schools or learners, but we have the number and percentages. So what I will do is I will contact the Mpumalanga provincial office, and I'll make it a point that I communicate with you, because that information should be available by the end of the day today. So I'm making that pledge, and should anything not go accordingly, because I've got your contacts, I'll be able to correspond with you so that we actually end this unnecessary agony. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that undertaking, Mr. Machoba. We would appreciate that. Are there any further responses?
Chair, that should be it on this. I think as Honorable Kanyile has she has indicated that on matters of DBE, she will try to engage with them directly. I think to that effect, this would be sufficient on this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Acting DG, but she also raised the issue of the access to land for persons with disabilities. It's a matter that she raised with the previous DG. In fact, not the previous acting one, but our previous DG. And I'm going to ask that she also comes to your office again with that issue, but that she please be assisted. Because as she had indicated, she got a response from the previous DG that the DG was going to speak to her counterpart in terms of that matter, but she never received any information. Like she indicated, it's now a year and a half later. But we will include that matter in the pack of items that we will be forwarding to your office. Honorable Mbiko.
Thank you very much.
Apologies, Chair. My hand is up. I'm so sorry.
Okay, okay, please continue, Honorable Kanyile, and then we'll come to Honorable Mbiko, and the last submission will be from Honorable Khadebe. Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies to you and Honorable Mbigo. Honorable Chair, there is one matter that was left out. I wanted to find out from the department if they are able to intervene in an instance where we have learners that are learning under unhealthy or inconducive conditions, like the ones that I was referring to from Ligwa local municipality. What's the name of that school? Inkazimulo kaNkulunkulu Stimulation Center. Are they in a position to liaise with the municipality, maybe to allow the municipality to have the center paying whatever amount that they'll be able to pay in trying to settle their electricity bill? Because honestly, I feel it's going to be unfair for us to expose those learners in classrooms that are cold and they don't have electricity to do anything. And some of their activities, because of their various disabilities, they need them to be empowered with the skills that will need their equipment to be plugged into the electricity. But because there is no electricity, basically they go there and sit the whole day and go back home. So I just wanted to find out if there's any intervention that the department can assist with. Thank you.
Acting DG.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Kanyile, perhaps it would be best to have the details of the full information, because as you know, we would need to also just go through the provinces and have an understanding of whether the matter has been raised before. Our intervention would follow the normal processes in terms of how we engage with both the municipalities and provinces in all other matters. But we do know that the education space in particular falls within the provinces. I'm not saying that we would not engage with the municipalities, but it's best that we have the full details to understand where the matter is. And we would engage in the manner in which we can from the national level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting DG. Honourable Kanile, please will you just make sure they forward all the necessary information to Ms. Silly so that she can include it in this document as we finalize it for submission to the department later and to the NYDA. There was also a question that she did mention, Honourable Kanile did mention issues that pertain to the NYDA. CEO, is there anything that you would like to respond to?
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I think, Honourable Chair, we have noted the input and guidance from Honourable Members regarding rural access for the agency, particularly for our offices. I think that continues to be a continued area of focus around how we can address it. We do have short-term considerations such as the discussions we've been having, Honourable Chair, around the mobility of certain offices and reaching out to rural communities in the interim, and a sort of long-term plan around how to meaningfully address the rural access question. So we'll give a progress update as we reach specific milestone, particularly when it comes to the outreach efforts for mobile offices on the one point, and then of course the branch network of the agency as well for rural communities. And so that is certainly duly noted, and we'll consistently report on the progress that we are making in this area. The other one, Honourable Chair, that relates to Honourable Kanyile and the school in Lekwa municipality. I think between ourselves and the department, we'll look at this matter and then explore what possibly can potentially be done to assist in this particular area as part of the continued effort of extending outreach support to young people in basic education as well, amongst others, Honourable Chair. Those are the ones that I thought maybe to respond to now, and then the others we would respond to in writing as well. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you so much, CEO. It's now your opportunity, Honourable Mbiko. Sorry for that interruption.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to all of your colleagues and those who have connected to the platform. My list is as follows, Chair. There is an African male who's living with disabilities from the Eastern Cape and is unemployed and holds various academic training certificates. He is requesting the committee to assist him and other people with disabilities to get jobs and funding to start their businesses. The second matter, I tabled this matter even sometime last year, It's for a lady who needs who lives with disability and is requesting to be assisted with a walking stick. I understand it is the kind of stick that she is looking for. It is a foldable one with a sensor and a shiny one. And I think there's a part that is shiny, around the stick. I would be very happy if maybe we can be able to get that stick for this disabled lady. And my other concern is the number of elderly women from my constituency who are victims of rape. And the perpetrators are mostly young men and boys. And these ladies, they need an immediate intervention because more especially after their paydays, these young boys would go and rape these old ladies demanding money. My other concern was brought to me by a 70-year-old elderly woman from Aituchwa. The village is called Ngakata. I understand they have been waiting for their land claim since 2011 and before. And this particular one who wrote to me, Mrs. Kedamile, claims that they have been submitting their documents to the officials of the Department of Land and Reform and Rural Development. The agreement between claimants and the department was that all the claimants would be paid before the December 2023. The claimants also at some point also protested around their village. And in 2024, and in response to the protest, the Minister Nyonzo undertook that the payments would be processed before the end of 2024-2025 financial year. But that never happened. And Mrs. Ketamile and other elderly women live in poverty and some dying while waiting for their monies. And hence, she decided to write to the committee for intervention. And there is also another lady who worked as a teacher for 40 years in the village of Fort Malan in Eastern Cape, Duchwa. This lady expressed her serious concerns about the matter in which her pension fund case by the Eastern Cape Department of Education was handled. She said the department undertook that they would redress this particular concern in terms of her pension payouts, and that did not happen. Ms. Truambi is now entirely dependent on her daughter for basic needs like medication, food, and shelter. She also asked me to write to the committee so that intervention could be done. And the last item is for a lady born in 1970. Her social grant was stopped in 2024 by social development agencies. She was told that it was due to identity verification issues. Her ID reflected her as a male. She was instructed to delete the incorrect record and reapply at Home Affairs, but the matter remains unsolved. She has now been asked that Home Affairs has now states that she cannot obtain an ID without a birth certificate. She does not have one, as she was born at home. A doctor's letter confirming her gender is already with the Department of Home Affairs following a hospital visit. So due to the suspended grant and lack of ID, she has no means to buy food for her family. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mbiko. We would need for you to obviously get us all the relevant information that you have just tabled. So with regards to these individuals that you have mentioned, because we will have to ask that we be assisted with the matters to be referred to social development, home affairs, and rural and land reform, as you had mentioned. So have you submitted all the details to Ms. Silly yet so that she can...
Yes, Chair. She
Okay,
distributed it this morning. Yes, yes, Chair.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then we will, once we have shared it with our colleagues at our department and also with our colleagues at Social Development, Home Affairs, and Rural and Land Reform, we will, of course, then get back to you with the responses. I don't think they will be able to give specific responses now, apart from saying that they will assist us by looking into these matters. So I hope you are okay with that.
Yeah, if I could be assisted with the walking stick, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's hear from the department if they know where we could get assistance in that regard.
Chair, it will still be the Department of Social Development to that effect. I did not want to add, because I think you have covered the matter sufficiently in terms of linking back with the relevant department to this effect. But in terms of the walking stick, the relevant department to that extent will still remain the social development.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, Honorable Mbiko, we will speak to, if I see you in the dome, let's just speak to the Honorable Masango. And let's also speak to the Chairperson of Home Affairs, Honorable Chabane, this afternoon. But please do give the information to Ms. Silly, but so that we just make sure we've got all those details. The last honorable member to put her submission is Honorable Khadebe. Honorable Mkunu's matters will remain in this document in its written form to be sent to the department, as well as the issues that Honorable Kaula has submitted. Over to you, Bongane.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will not waste time. Sorry. I will give you a brief background of Sakile Flats Extension 8 under Likwa Municipality. Since 2016, approximately 200 residents have been accommodated in Sakile Flats Extension 8 Likwa Municipality, with the expectation of receiving formal RDP housing. To date, only 4 houses have been constructed. Current challenges that they are having: access to water, residents, including youth, elderly persons, and individuals with disability face severe difficulties accessing water. Available sources are often located far from their units. It's causing a health hazard for ongoing sewage spills in the street, have created an unsafe and unhygienic environment, posing serious public health risk. Poor living conditions. The flats are in a deteriorating condition and are unfit for habitation, particularly for vulnerable disabled people, such as disabled people. Humanitarian concern. Residents have endured these conditions for nearly a decade, despite promises of dignified housing from national and provincial government. The situation has escalated into a crisis affecting both health and human dignity. There's I've highlighted a case where Miss Kuki Mata Majola, born 1966, a resident of Sakile Extension 8, is bedridden and has lived with disability for extended period. She has been unable to obtain an identity document and as a result does not receive a disability grant. Her husband, Mr. Msongela Elijah Numalo, born 1966, is unemployed and serves as her primary caregiver. The couple lacks financial resource and has been unable to access assistance due to repeated referrals without resolution. This Miss Kuki is a South African born lady. She can't access any help. If they do, they don't have money to go where they're supposed to go. Chairperson, I wish to highlight that 500 stands in Extension 8 Sakile flats are vacant and cannot be utilized until bulk services are installed. This is delaying housing delivery for the community. Secondly, Chairperson, the residents were promised that following the allocation of RDP houses, the flats in question will be converted to provide student accommodation for GS College. We do learners. We do have a GS College. I think it's a TVET college. In conclusion, there are recommendations, Chairperson, and I wish we can visit the old woman, Miss Kuki, and also visit the flats so that we can see ourselves the conditions people that are enjoy to live in. When I'm concluding, recommendations, urgent intervention is required to accelerate the delivery of promised RDP housing, restore reliable and accessible water supply, address wage management and sanitation issues, provide targeted social support to vulnerable residents, including assistance with documentation and grant access. Conclusion, immediately coordinated action is necessary to restore basic human dignity and improve living conditions for the resident of Sakile Extension 8. I do have pictures of the sewer spillage and the blockage of drains. I can provide the department if they need to see or to see the evidence, the people conditions that they are living in. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bongani, for that well put together submission and for having all the details. I think in your case as well, I will ask the department if there's anything that they would like to speak to, but I think in your case as well with the specific information, we will have to refer it to Human Settlements, to Home Affairs and our other parliamentary portfolio committees. We've got about 12 minutes left, so I'm going to ask that we go back to responses and just wrap up final responses. But I also want to say, I don't think, because we're going to the budget vote process now, and before we know it, we'll be busy with the CGE interviews, and then it will be June. So maybe the department and the NYDA can just give us also an update in terms of the plans that they've got for June month and Youth Day, specific plans from the NYDA and our department to celebrate Youth Month and Youth Day. What specific activities and programs will you be rolling out? What main events will you be having so that we as a portfolio committee is aware and so that we are able to support where possible? And then I want Dr. Sukra Eli just to come in with regards to just an overview of what was contained in our country report that was submitted to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. What were the concluding observations that was issued by the UN committee, and in particular, what were the findings or information shared with regards to children with disabilities excluded from the education system. We will be recommending that you make that a report available to us as well, but I will speak to that at the end. So maybe just DG, if there's anything that you would still like to respond to in response to Honorable Khadebe, and then just come in on the Youth Month and Youth Day issues as well as the NYDA, and then we will summarize and conclude. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to also appreciate the opportunity to be able to understand what are the issues that are taking place on the ground. I think, Chair, through you, it will also, as you realize, that it will help to have engagements with other key departments so that these matters also receive the relevant attention. But from our end, we will do as indicated, that where we need to fast track and engage with other relevant department based on our coordination mechanisms, we will do so and be able to then facilitate some of the matters that have come through. I was also just made aware that there are some local clinics that offer walking sticks for the honorable member in case maybe their local clinic might also be able to make some of this provision. Coming to the matter at hand, in terms of the budget vote, Chair, because we're still finalizing some of the plans, I would request that maybe we don't speak fully to it until we finalize some of our plans with the minister and the DM, and we should be able to then guide further, which should be happening within the next 2 days. I will allow the two colleagues to speak, actually three, to speak to some of the activities that we've planned around the Youth Month and the commemoration of the 50th Jubilee, as well as the Women's Month in commemoration of the 70th Jubilee. So in brief, Chair, before I allow the colleagues, is that with the guidance of the Minister, we are planning to launch what we call the year-long program for the youth commemoration, as well as a year-long program for women commemoration. As you would recall, in the last meeting, Minister did indicate that we are presenting our concept paper through to Cabinet, which were then approved in the last Cabinet committee for the actual implementation of the year-long program. So for the month of March, we will be launching the program for both youth and Women's Month. The final date for youth, we have settled on the 14th, and we are still to confirm the one for women, and this is largely based on availability of some of our principal, but the programs and what we're wanting to launch, those activities are ready for implementation. I will then ask the colleagues to then speak broadly or maybe in summation to some of the matters that pertain to the overall commemoration of the actual month of youth and actual month of women. Maybe let me ask first, May Esther, maybe coming to your end, and then we'll then close with the CEO and OJ. If there's any addition to make, then we can do so. May Esther.
Yes, ADG, the only addition I want to make is just to bring to the attention of the committee and Honorable Khanyile that Ntate Machoba just sent data now to her, and he will interact with her outside this meeting, but he has already sent some of the information that she asked for. Thank you.
Thank you, May Esther. Chair, maybe to just remind the members, when we presented on our APP in the last meeting, we did indicate that for the overall launch of the Women's Month, we will be focusing on an intervention that focus on the trade fair.
We are still, pursuing that, but we're also taking some of the recommendation that you brought in as part of the discussion. But that would be after the year-long program that will be launched this month in terms of what will unfold. So what we have in the concept of the two commemoration is that for every month we have provided themes that we will be engaging in. So if it's a month such as May, which focuses on workers, we look at, what are the activities that relates to women in employment and women that are working, and how do we commemorate that? So we have aligned our themes with what are the key commemorations that are happening on various months. And that also take into consideration what also is taking place from the youth side. So we've done the same to also commemorate activities that are key and happening throughout the month. And we have thematic area for each month and over and above the key themes that we have presented as the overall theme. But let me allow colleagues from youth and I think from women, I don't see any other colleagues. I think that will then suffice from
And
our
Dr.
end.
Sukraeli, yes, please.
Oh, yes, apologies. Ntomisa, CEO?
Thank you very much, Acting DG and honorable members. Acting DG, I think you would have covered the salient items, but maybe in bullet point form, the 14th of May would be the media launch for the year-long program commemorating the 50th anniversary for the 1976 youth uprisings. It would be taking place in Soweto, and invitations will be en route this week to honorable members, as well as we are currently finalizing the logistics and so forth around that particular media launch. This is in line with the Youth Month program of activities, as well as the acting DG would have highlighted, which is a year-long program. We're also using this, honorable chair and honorable members, to really consolidate all of the youth effort across all of government and private sector partners and non-governmental organizations regarding all of the youth work that they are doing, so that we aggregate opportunities that are available for young people and use this commemoration as an exercise where young people are able to take advantage of the opportunities that are available, and also, socializing it from a communications point of view to reach young people as far and wide as possible. And so the communication regarding the 14th of May will be reaching honorable members during the course of this week, aligned to what the acting DG would have already communicated around the outlining of the program. Pardon me, the year-long program for this commemoration. Thanks so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Dr. Sukraeli.
Okay, so just to Chair and honorable members, just to say that the report was submitted on the 14th of March through DIRCO to the UN committee. It was actually initially due on the 14th of October 2024, but we had to ask for an extension. We preempted that we clearly were not going to make that deadline of the 14th of October 2024 because of non-responsiveness of departments to specific questions. And we asked for an extension, which we were then able to meet by the 14th of March, and it went through cabinet and it was approved. Just to say to the committee that the issues, there were concluding observations that we received based on our report that we delivered in 2018, and therefore the list of issues that we received in September 2023 was very much based on consultations that were held with civil society organizations, and also resulting from those concluding observations. We then had a number, so we didn't need to respond to the report article by article as outlined in the convention, but rather we had to respond based on specific questions that, according to the list of issues that was provided to us by the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. What we found was that it was clear to us that the data that was, the questions on disaggregated data in terms of types of persons with disabilities and challenges experienced, for example, by persons with deaf blindness, by persons with intellectual disabilities, by persons with autism, etc. We did not, as a country, have data that was disaggregated and drilled down, to that extent to be able to provide that type of information. And insofar as that was concerned, we were honest in the report and highlighted that these were certain challenges that the country was experiencing and that we were going to conduct certain interventions. Just to highlight, there were questions like, for example, on the Ekwezi Lukusa special schools, where the resources were uh, actually in the school were, going against human rights of the children in the schools in terms of the living conditions that they were exposed to. There were questions on the Isidimeni crisis, on whether there were prosecutions and what was the state of any missing persons. There were questions on torture, human rights violations, on gender, on how we were responding to persons with disabilities exposed to gender-based violence, and we responded in terms of what we had were able to receive from the different departments in terms of their annual reports, in terms of reports that they provided us, because we had to cover the period from 2018 through to 2024, which we then did. We will provide the entire report to the committee, but I know particular emphasis was also made on terms of what we reported in terms of inclusive education. We reported it as it is, that South Africa is still committed towards building an inclusive education and training system. However, our policy has lapsed, and unfortunately, instead of moving towards building an inclusive education system, South Africa has went the route of building more and more special schools, which clearly goes against the principle of deinstitutionalization that clearly is outlined in the convention. And we are working towards bringing about a turnaround strategy in terms of the review of Education White Paper 6, which information we got from the DBE. And we highlighted all of this, and we've informed the different government departments that when we were in cabinet, because I presented the report to cabinet last year before it went through to DIRCO, to the UN committee, and a decision was taken that looking at the current report and the challenges that we face, and we also highlighted progress, because I mean, when you look at how far we've come, there's certainly areas that there has been great progress that we've also made as a country in terms of legislation that we've put in place, in terms of policy, in terms of certain areas where there has been improvements and impact that has been seen. However, we have a long way to go, and that is how we framed the report. And what it was actually decided at the meeting when the UN country report was approved by cabinet to go through, was that there would be a deep dive done in terms of all the different departments on how we could overcome the various barriers and challenges experienced in the country, and where we would have the different departments come forward to say what are they doing in light of their particular mandates on disability, etc. Unfortunately, that deep dive has not yet taken place at cabinet. It is something that when I will present the annual progress report for the 9th annual progress report, which has been we have put together as a department this year that was approved by the minister. When I take it through to the cabinet clusters, we will call upon the deep dive that was actually proposed by cabinet last year to actually take place, because we believe that that is actually something that is really needed, so that we can take stock of where we are and understand what each department needs to do, and what support all of us can, as departments, can give to each other, including the private sector, in order for us to meet the different milestones as we articulated in the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, which we hope to achieve by 2030, including in terms of the National Development Plans and the SDGs. So currently, I hope I've managed to clarify that, but we will certainly share the country report with the committee as well. I thought it was shared previously, but if not, it would be shared again. Thank you. Thank you, Chair and DG and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sukraeli. Can I just check from your side, CEO, Acting DG, are there any further responses, or are you done your side?
No, Chair, so for any additional, we will definitely provide in writing, given that you said you would also share with us some of the questions or additional inputs that we need to respond to. But from our end, it is sufficient. We will also share, I'm not sure if we did share the concept paper for the year-long program for Women's Month and Youth Month. We will also make sure that that also reach the chair in terms of what has been prepared for both the anniversaries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Acting DG. I see the hand of Honorable Chauke Adonis. Is it a legacy hand, or do you want to raise something? Honorable Chauke Adonis, do you want to add something, or is it a legacy hand?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's not a legacy hand, actually. I just wanted to make an addition after Honorable Mbiko, if I'm correct, the last speaker, was just to highlight to the department and also to the NYDA to look into organizations such as the Kaya Disability Organization and Structures. What is the collaborative approach? And they can just put this response in writing in terms of the organizations that they are currently working with. That particular organization is working on stimulation for persons with cerebral palsy and providing necessary interventions for their families. So I know that the Honorable or Ms. Puti had indicated that there's a great deficiency and a need to address issues of persons with cerebral palsy. And perhaps that can be some of the interventions to say what are the strategic partnerships that they are having with these institutions, with the organizations and the advocacy groups that speak to elevating the voice of the most vulnerable. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chauke Adonis. Okay, I think we've come to the end of our meeting for today. I think when I'm listening to some of the issues that have been raised, what really concerns me, and if we listen to Dr. Sukraeli as well, she speaks about a deep dive that will be done at cabinet level in terms of the work being done by various government departments. But I really don't get a sense that many government departments are actually taking the empowerment of persons with disabilities very seriously. And it's something that should be of grave concern to this portfolio committee. It is something that we will have to, in earnest, focus on in the latter part of this year. But let me take this opportunity then to thank you, CEO of the NYDA, for being here this morning with your team. Thank you very much, Acting DG, for also bringing all your colleagues to this meeting. Thank you for honoring our invite and for taking the matters that the honourable members raised this morning so seriously and for adequately responding to all of the issues that they have raised. As we've indicated, we will be submitting to your office, Acting DG, the document that we prepared with all the issues that members raised, and where they've added or they need to add more details and information that will be submitted to you. And then we would need back from the department and the NYDA a report corresponding to all the issues that honourable members have raised. Dr. Sukraeli did mention this, but we would need to have that country report on the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities with the concluding observations and the plan of action to give effect to the recommendations proposed. We would also like to get the department's evaluation studies that were referred to in terms of the exclusion of learners with disabilities from the education system and the circular that was developed. For the NYDA, if they can also submit to us their disability strategy and the rural development strategy that has been mentioned. But for now, honourable members, we are just 10 minutes over, so we've managed our time very well. Let me thank all of you honourable members. Let me thank our support team for putting this meeting together. Thank you to our department once more and to the NYDA. We wish you all well, and we will meet each other, God willing, next week when we debate our budget vote. Thank you, colleagues. This meeting is now adjourned.